Oh, I don't see Susan. That's who I don't see.
Morning.
Yeah. And Susan's the most important person. She's the clerk. Mhm. So we're missing the most important person, which is the clerk. So, we- okay. Well,
Issue.
mm. Good morning. Okay. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2025 meeting of the Joint Committee on Dedicated Funds. Fortunately, it looks as though we have a fairly light schedule this particular year, but we are going to start with our agenda here. Um, uh, anyone want to make any changes? No, looks good. All right, we will adopt the agenda. So we wanted to just mention that our two bills from last year, which were House Bill 650 and House Bill 163, both passed. So that was the minor splitting up of the Parks Fund and putting the cap on the Robotics Fund. And what else?
Eliminating.
Yeah, there was a couple of small eliminations. So that was simple. And then there was the reorganization of RSA 6:12 in terms of, grouping them in a slightly different way. So thank you for this, Representative Almy and the other sponsors there. Okay, next we've got everybody's got their blue book? Yes, okay, good. And then Ms. Call, inactive dedicated funds, right? So we have here a list of the inactive funds I haven't gone through it fully, so maybe just take it home and see if there's any particular ones you want to bring up. I mean, certain ones, nuclear safety. It's a good thing they're inactive, right? So, I mean, others we may want to look into. So, a couple of them we'll see this time. The HHS ones are relevant. I don't see any fish and game ones on this list. There is one administrative services fund, law enforcement memorial. Do you want to talk about that? Next week. Okay. All right. Good. So, you want to make any other comments? We'll just look at it and.
Do you want, you want me to go through the, yes, I was going to suggest, Dana Call for the record, I was going to suggest that most of these are items you've talked about numerous times through the various 5-year reviews with these agencies, but if there is anything in particular you want me to follow up on, I can get a written response back from the particular agency for your next meeting or thereafter. I think some of the ones with the number 3 in the front of it, the 380s, and those are relatively new through recent legislation. So those maybe just haven't kicked off yet or haven't received the funding that they were expecting. So keep that in mind, I guess. But
All right. The one question I had was on Fund 17, Dam Projects Program. There's actually 3 different funds on pages 173, 174, and 175. Is it just the one on page 174 that's inactive, or is it all 3?
I can check on that, but I think what happened with some of the DES funds is they moved accounting units around. So they moved some activity and like combined into a particular accounting unit. So it on first glance, when we run the reporting, it looks like it's inactive, but it may just be that the activity resides in a different page, so to speak. So
Okay.
I can just follow up on that one for you.
All right. Thank you. And then aeronautics, there are 2 that have the same title, 150 and 308.
They do, and that's the book title, but I do think they have 2 different purposes. When they have their own page in the book. I forget what each one is, but I did check
Okay.
that. So you probably spoke with DOT about that maybe a couple years ago.
Yeah.
But
All right.
Yep.
All right. Well, anyway, so let's just, as a homework, we'll take these home and see if we notice any that we want to call in these agencies. We probably won't have time to do it for our next meeting, but the meeting after that, we can go into.
And the admin services one, we'll be presenting next week, so
Sure.
we'll cover that one there.
Are,
Senator Gray.
are any of them going to come this year?
HHS and admin services,
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
I believe that's it.
Yeah.
Recovery Monument. Never raised any money.
Which monument?
Recovery, New Hampshire Recovery Monument Commission. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes.
364.
Yeah.
And Mosquito Control Program isn't getting funded anymore.
Oh,
it
okay.
looks like.
So maybe those we could get rid of. Okay. All right. Very good. So next we have any further questions from Ms. Call? No? We're all set? Okay. So we'll start with Fish and Game. And we have my neighbor here, Ms. Labonte. I also used to be across the street from the Department of Travel and Tourism Director as well. But anyway, go ahead. So they're starting on page 252, I guess it is.
Okay, thank you.
Did we buy any new land in this past year for access?
We did close on a couple of properties this
Yeah.
year. Yes.
So it's a constant thing, looking for waterfront we can use.
Oh, not waterfront land, land for WMAs. I'd like to say good morning and introduce myself. I am Kathy Labonte. I serve in the role of the Chief of the Business Division. Director Simic is at the Governor and Council meeting this morning, so she cannot join us, so I am representing Fish and Game. I am the author of this report, and this is the second time I have compiled this information on behalf of Fish and Game. I'm not quite sure of how you want this to roll out, if it's a Q&A, if you want me to go through the accounts.
Yeah, is it in the same order as the book or not?
Yes, I would, yes,
Yeah.
it should
Yeah,
be.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so we'll just go through, I think you have 17 funds or something like that.
16, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just go one by one and, what's going on with that fund, and we'll see if we have questions.
Okay. So the first one on the list is the statewide public boat access account. And this account is used to match federal funds. And it is used for the maintenance and operation of our public boat access sites, which we have over 100 within the state. We receive a $5 fee from each boat registration in the state of New Hampshire, as well as I said, federal funds. And the account itself is pretty healthy at this point in time. We have not had the ability to purchase any waterfront property because it is either exorbitantly priced, it is unaffordable, if you can even find it. So unfortunately, we have not been able to purchase any land as of late.
We use it to repair your own docks.
We
and things
repair
like-
our own docks. We pay certainly personnel. We pay grounds foremen to go around to all of the sites throughout the state and keep them clean and upkeep,
Yeah.
remove trash. We are doing a very large refurbishment project up at Newfound Lake as well, making it ADA compatible.
Yes, Representative Almy.
Oh, wait a minute. Are we supposed to be, is this on or off?
It's off right now.
Okay, sorry. I was wondering, revenue soared in 25 and 22. Was that about a private donor helping out or
No, that was federal revenue.
federal?
That was due to large projects that were federal grant projects.
Thank you.
Our state portion, the $5 per registration of the boats, stays relatively stable. It upticks a little bit from time to time, depending upon the economy. When you see a very large increase in revenue, it's definitely due to federal sources.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions? Yes, Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. Does this money, is it used for both what I would call a boat ramp for a motorboat, but also boat access for canoe or kayak where you could just, there's no
Yes.
dock, but there's like a cleared space you could drag your canoe down?
Yes, it is. It's used for all boat access throughout the state.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's go on.
All right, next we have our OHRV Education, Training, and Enforcement Program. This actually brings in a very large amount of revenue, most of which, up to 72%, is transferred to DNCR for the Trails Program. The Fish and Game Department is responsible for the registration program as
Um,
well.
Just a moment. So there's one we skipped over, page 253. Conservation License Plate Fund. It has 0.
Oh, that was actually abolished many years ago. If
Okay.
that hasn't been part of the report.
Oh, okay.
We will get to that when we get to the non-game program. That became part of the non-game program.
All right. So if this is still in
Yeah.
statute, we have to get
Yeah,
rid of
why?
it.
I think it's, Kathy, one of those that you moved the accounting to a
Yes.
different accounting unit. So
Yes.
it's kind of what we talked about with the dams. It's very similar. I think, is that number 60?
60. Yeah.
Scary that I know that. I think that has components in other agencies as well.
It
so
does.
We can't remove item number 60 from the statute, but Fish and Game has separate accounting for that in a different fund that she'll get to.
Okay.
So we could hold
Well,
that.
Senator Gray.
how do we help people, you know, just as we were confused and we probably know more about these than others, how do we help people so that, you know,
I think in the book we have a reference to that other accounting unit. It's
We
in front
do.
of you.
We do.
The big book.
Oh, the big book.
If you could check, I think on page you said 253.
It's on page
So I think I think that's the best we've been able to do is
63.
point them to where that activity
53.
is. But we can talk about that if you want to pursue it.
Yeah.
But I think ID number 60 crosses 3 different state agencies, if I recall. So it shows up in a couple different places in the book because the book is organized by state agency.
I see the note about, you know, merging the accounting unit, but it doesn't tell me where to go, you know, like if the note
Yeah, we could give it a
continued and said-
page.
and is managed under item number whatever, you know.
It should probably say whatever the ID is for the other fund where you
I
have that
certainly can do
activity.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can be more specific.
Why don't you make a note that this
Yeah,
might need some cleanup? Okay.
that's true in a number of places
It
that,
is.
that I
yeah.
came to a number in one place and it didn't exist in the other.
Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. So let's go on back to your
OHRV.
OHRV. Yeah.
The OHRV, Education, Training, and Enforcement. And just like the name of the account, the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department is responsible for the registration program, the education, training, and of course, OHRV enforcement through the Law Enforcement Division. There are no other funds within this account other than registration fees.
Is this site evaluation committee?
Is this one of those
Why haven't
fees
I
we
done that?
raised in this budget?
No,
No. Because it looks like this account is getting underwater. I mean, slowly
Is
the
this
balance
search
is.
and rescue?
No, this is
Revenue's going down.
OHRV Education, Training, and
We're still on the
Enforcement.
second one.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's account 110.
Yeah.
But if you look at the table, right, 5 years ago it was 2.6 million. Now we're down to 800,000.
Right.
So maybe this is a fee that needs to go up, or we need to look at the expenses or something.
If there's a way to increase that I had a note on that too.
the statute for this program is one of the most complicated statutes there is. And revenue is directly related to weather. Depending upon how our winters are, because snowmobiles make up a higher majority than ATVs, if we have a winter where we do not have good snowfall, revenue will definitely be lower. And that directly relates to expenses, because 72% of the revenue, or approximately 72% of the revenue received is transferred over to DNCR.
Okay. Is this a fee per OHRV or something like that? Is that
To register your snow machines, ATVs, OHRVs, yes,
Remember, they get a break if they're in a clump.
they do.
Yeah,
okay? And is it one of those fees that hasn't changed in a while? Is that,
There have been changes to various components of the fee structure, depending upon the type of machine.
but not what goes to this fund, or?
Well, no, it would all go into this fund,
Oh,
and then
okay.
depending upon the registration type is the amount transferred over to DNCR.
Because I just don't think we can leave this alone for 5 years, right? And there won't be anything left.
Well, we raised,
Senator Gray, did you?
I'm sorry.
Well, isn't this one of the ones that was supposed to be the computer program for online registration to help out? By this month.
Yes.
And
And
what is the status of the computer program to allow online registration?
the computer program is ready to go. The computer program has been beta tested by a few, up to 5 agents themselves, came into the department last week and tested it with actual live data.
Because that was one of the things that they talked about in prior years, that the lack of having an online registration was hurting us.
Well, it wasn't us that talked about that. It was other people and outsiders. And so anyway, we have met the law. The program is ready and ready to be online at any point in time as soon as what we're doing right now from the beta test last week, from the actual live testing of registering machines, we're doing the background work to make sure everything reconciles appropriately. And then we can just turn on the switch and it will be ready to go.
So will that save you some expense?
No,
Mailing
it will
or
be
some-
more costly to the department for fulfillment. It's going to cost the department more money.
Senator Gray?
People from out of state, when they try to register, okay, and in-state, it supposedly makes it so much easier for them, to do it here in New Hampshire. And that was, they were registering them other states because of it being difficult here in New Hampshire. And that's why I wanted to bring that up, that it may not be time to do this, but it may be something that we want to set some other kind of metric, since,
I see.
have somebody look at it. I don't know whether it's come back to us, be put on some kind of a list, with the comptroller's office or whatever, to look at because of your concern.
Yeah. So there's some kind of sharing agreement among states? You only register in one place and you get the service everywhere or something like that?
Reciprocal,
Yes, it's reciprocal.
we have a reciprocal weekend during the winter for snow machines.
One,
All right, Representative Alman.
thank you. I'm wondering also whether this is going to make it harder in that when there isn't snow, which is likely to happen more often, people won't register and they'll wait and see if there's any snow coming and then register online if there is some snow. And then when there is snow, of course, we'd do better, but we're progressively getting less snow, as is everybody else.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to confirm that you're ready to go for both initial registration and renewals.
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Thank you.
Okay. So what should we do about this one? Representative Alman.
Thank you. We did raise the snowmobile OHRV registrations in '08.
Yeah.
They asked for it. Then they told their people that we nasty people had done it. But I don't think that's been changed since, and
There have certainly been increases since
there have been
2008.
some increases.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Yes, Senator Gray.
As to your question about what to do with this fund, I think that the department is the one who needs to come back to us if there is a problem with the fund and the revenues or the remaining balance continues to fall.
At this point in time, the department does not see a problem with this fund.
Okay.
One of the reasons for that is, I know it shows 841,000. Expenses are directly related to revenue. If we have a low snow year, there's much less personnel time with overtime and holiday pay patrolling the trails. Because there's no snow, there's no people out there on the trails.
Yeah, but I mean, so for 3 of these 5 years, expenses were greater than revenue. And, you have a cushion of about 10% of your expenses, right? So there's a lot of flow through this thing. Okay. Well, I think Senator Gray is right. I mean, it's really up to you to,
It is.
if you're in trouble, you got to come to us. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Shall we go to the next one?
Certainly. We go to Mr. Weiler's favorite, search and rescue.
Hmm.
I am happy to report that the search and rescue account is healthy. It's getting healthier every year. However, there is significant need in the search and rescue account as well.
Hmm.
There are 3 revenue sources within the search and rescue account: the Hike Safe card, the $1 fee from boat registrations and OHRV registrations, as well as a small amount of court-ordered fees that people pay when they are negligent.
So was there just extra rescues this past year? Because there was like 200,000 more expense than in past.
I can't say that there was extra rescues. That is certainly not the only expense within the search and rescue account. We pay for training, we pay for equipment, certainly personnel.
Okay.
I think as they brought in more revenue from Hike Safe, they spent more on training. That was my.
Training and equipment, sir, yes.
They didn't used to put in this, they didn't used to put all those things in here when they were running short, but once they
Mm.
got more revenue, they put more training in here. It's my observation. And even public events, to try to convince people to buy the card.
Which have been very successful.
Okay. Yeah, well, certainly revenue has been good. It's just this was a big expense year. is the point.
I believe I did have to do a breakout of expenses for the LBA. It was requested by our LBA liaison because I submit the quarterly search and rescue report. So they asked for a little bit of a breakout. We did purchase 3 vehicles out of the search and rescue account.
Okay. All right. So probably no changes to this one. Okay. Next.
The next one is the non-game species management, and that is where the conservation license plate fund was merged into. It is a separate revenue source within the non-game program. The non-game program is funded by the conservation license plate program, as well as donations, federal funds, and a $100,000 transfer from the general fund that is per RSA.
How are the contributions going?
They're going very well. They are steady, if not increasing slightly.
I send a check every year and get the quarterly newsletter.
People are very generous to the non-game program.
Non-game species. So what's an example of a non-game species?
A non-game species,
Like a snake? or
anything you don't hunt, your turtles, reptiles,
I see.
snakes,
Carner
your
butterflies.
Carner blue butterflies. If
Set-
any of you watched the Good Morning America component where Fish and Game was at the summit, we have the Fritillary up at Mount Washington, on the summit of Mount Washington.
So you have a program for improving the habitat of these species? Is that
Well,
the
when
idea?
you improve habitat for all species, be they game or non-game.
Gotcha.
And we do, of course, have a robust habitat program, which is very important to all species.
Okay.
You're doing one for cottontails, right?
Yes, we have a
They raise them in a,
New England Cottontail program, absolutely.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. We had some discussion during the Senate phase of the budget. And I remember learning that ducks are game, but pheasants are not. And so I'm just wondering how the department decides which birds are game.
Pheasants are a game animal. We have a pheasant program.
I know that,
Oh, okay.
but
okay.
we were told they were not part of the game fund, but that waterfowl were pheasants and quail and some other birds were not. And just the logic of that, I'm wondering.
I can't speak
about
to that because I'm not sure who you were speaking to and in what context. But all of those animals are, or those birds are game species. And our pheasant program has its own account to purchase pheasants or propagate pheasants.
Yes, from Ohio or something.
They come from New York, actually.
Okay.
They come from New York. So they are a game species.
Okay, we were perhaps given some incorrect information. But I've been wondering about it since the spring.
All right.
What makes some birds game
Yeah.
and others not?
Whether you eat them or not, I guess. Representative Walmy.
Yes, I don't quite understand the difference between non-game species management and wildlife habitat conservation account. Aren't they both about improving habitat for non-game?
No, the habitat account is actually for improving all habitat for all
Yeah.
species of animals. It's also about, the habitat program is also about opening up lands for public interaction. That is the fund that funds our wildlife management areas for public access. And as I had said previously, when you improve habitat, you're improving habitat for all species, regardless of the type.
And
Okay,
if
go ahead.
I could, peasant management, are there any peasants wandering around New Hampshire by themselves, or are they all imported in order to be shot?
The latter is correct. They are all imported for hunting. There are some that could survive, especially with the winters being warmer. We do not have good habitat in most areas
Yeah.
for their winter survival.
So those are more delicate, I guess.
Well, or more southern.
more tropical.
Yeah. Okay. Next.
So no further questions on non-game. We move on to the publication, specialty items, and fundraising revolving fund. In this fund, I'm sorry.
One more in the book here.
Oh,
Lifetime
Oh,
licenses.
see, I didn't have that on my report. Lifetime licenses.
which actually has money. Had
It's
money
got a
last
lot of
year.
It
money.
is an
Well,
off-book
through
account.
24 anyway.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did put this in the, well, no, I didn't have it in here.
Right,
in-
it should
in
be in your
this.
memo
Okay,
as well.
I did not
anything
have it in here, but I did do it in the online. portal for entering
For the book.
in information,
Okay,
correct.
well, they won't see that for a bit, so if you could just speak to it based
Okay.
on last year's numbers, that would be fine.
Okay, so the lifetime license account is an account held by Treasury, and you possibly are aware that we do sell many different types of lifetime licenses, and those funds go into this account. It is an interest-bearing account, and on an annual basis, after the close of the calendar year of license sales, all of that information is reconciled by me, and I send a memo to Treasury to get a lump sum payment back into the license account. That's why it was set up, for people to be able to purchase a lifetime license and for Fish and Game to receive funding potentially in perpetuity on an annual basis. I have had 1 year that actually, and it was recently, that actually the lifetime license funds out of licensing were actually greater than that one-time annual transfer in.
So is this, you spend the interest? Is that the idea? And
No, actually, the way it's calculated, it's a little bit confusing, but the methodology is we tally up the lifetime license type sold for the calendar year. We multiply that type by the dollar amount of what that license costs. So say a combination license, we sold, say, 1,600 of them. We would multiply that by the cost of the combination license, which is $55, and that would be added to the funds that coming back into the Fish and Game Fund. So we do that for all of our lifetime license types. And then it's 9% of the principal balance of the fund added onto that is transferred. The combination of all of those items.
okay, Representative Wyler.
If someone had a lifetime license and expired, how would you know?
We don't. There is
you-
no way for us to know.
So you would just keep putting the money in?
No, not at all. It's the licenses that was sold that calendar year. We don't go back 10 years and collect all of those funds. No, it's just, so the lifetime license transfer that I did for calendar year 25 was based on calendar year 24 sales only.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Janicki.
I just have a general, thank you, I have a general question. What makes something off-book as opposed to having an accounting unit?
It's not within our operating budget. It's a separate, no, it's not an endowment account. Maybe Dana, you could,
The technical answer is there's no restriction on operating anything in the accounting system. Those were choices that agencies made over time. But I think part of what the treasurer was trying to do with the legislation last year's define that better as far as whether it's a true trust account or something else. But the accounting system, you can transact in an accounting unit for any purpose, but a lot of things have been just kind of, if it has a separate bank account, it's been kept under the Treasury's custody. So there's a lot of different situations out there, but I think it really kind of depends on the origin of the fund and how it was set up at the beginning.
Thank you.
So a possible question for us is, should we increase it appears that the balance is growing, right? It's every year the expenses are less than revenue, right? Is that true in 2025 also?
that was true,
Yeah.
yes.
So should we change the formula that moves money from here into their operating expenses to give them a little more money from this account? Right?
As an agency, we
Yeah.
wouldn't ask you to do that. It's operating fine just the way it is, I think.
Well, but there were other places where you were short, right? So it's like,
Yes,
yeah.
but you also want to maintain this account so that it is available for future revenue deposits.
I'm not saying getting rid of it. I'm just saying balance, make expenses go higher a little to balance revenue. That's all. Yeah, Senator Gray.
From what I heard is that you take 9% of the fund and add it to there. So as the balance increases, the amount that goes to Fish and Game also increases.
That is true.
So unless they, wanted to do something, I
This-
guess I'm
This
I'm
past
not in
fiscal
favor of doing anything.
Okay.
This past fiscal year, for calendar year 24, we had our highest transfer back into the Fish and Game Fund from this lifetime license account. It was over $400,000. And I agree with you, as the balance in the fund grows, that 9% is going to be higher every year.
Okay. Everybody happy with that? Representative Walmy.
Thank you. I just, stop trying to promote me.
Mhm.
On that, so it's the general fund of the Fish and Game Fund that receives the money.
Yes, the license, yes, unrestricted revenue.
All right.
It's a good way to put it.
I guess we'll go on to publications.
The publications dedicated account is strictly used to purchase sales items to sell to our customers and to Fish and Game staff. And all of the revenues received from the sale of this merchandise are deposited right back into this account. The RSA also states that anything over $100,000 balance at the end of the fiscal year is transferred into the unrestricted Fish and Game Fund. So the account would always maintain a $100,000 balance to be able to continue the purchasing of items for sale.
Yes, Representative Walmy.
Except that there's more than 100,000 in the balance, in the end of year balances.
At the end of the year, there was, and then,
And it doesn't
I-
really show taking that out.
well, no, because I can't take it out until after the fiscal year is completely closed. So I transferred the ending balance of fiscal year 25, anything over and above $100,000, in the beginning of fiscal year 26. I did that during the month of August.
So you took
And-
the 37,430.
Correct, absolutely correct,
I see.
yes.
Okay.
But is that the expenses? Because you had an ending balance of 154.
Presumably, yes, that
in
becomes
one
an
year,
expense for
and-
next year.
And the next year, the beginning balance is the same thing.
Let's go back here. So for fiscal year, the end of fiscal year 25, the ending balance was 137,437. In the month of August, I transferred out $37,437.
We don't have 25
When I-
with us, so.
When I look at 24, the ending balance was 152,157.
Yes,
But then when I look at the expenses of 25, I see 45,000, which is less than what that transfer was going to be. So it doesn't make sense to me.
Yes, Senator Gray is correct.
It makes no sense at all.
Shouldn't the beginning balance?
because
The way I read it.
because the transfer of the $52,000 comes out of revenue. It does not come out of an expense line
Oh,
in the budget. It comes directly out of the revenue line
And
because it's not an expense.
it is, the meager part of accounting that I've ever done. That's contrary to anything that I know. You know, you got debits and you got credits, okay? If I'm taking money out, you know, so something needs to change here, okay?
It is a,
Yes, there- There is,
Oh,
there is
I
some,
want them to tell me what's supposed to happen.
It
there
is
is
a-
some different accounting across the state. and
yes, there is, and
we
it's a
try
transfer
to
of
find it
revenue.
and corral it, but we can talk.
Right.
we
So
can
you,
talk
what you're
about it
saying is,
offline.
is revenue is more like 80,000 than 30, right? Because you took 50 away from, because of this transfer.
This chart does not give me a good overview of what's happening the way it is.
Yeah.
Something needs to change. And I look to you to tell me what needs to change so that it makes sense and that I see the revenues, I see the transfers, or I do whatever, but this right now, it's not good.
That transfer is not a true expense, and we would, if it was going to be done that way, we would have to increase our operating budget to account for that.
Again,
So you'd
I'm
have,
looking to
well,
her.
Yeah.
I'm looking, just-
I'm an accountant too, and that would not make sense to me.
again, this right now doesn't give me the true picture. We're looking for the true picture, okay?
Right.
And somehow something needs to change so that I understand this, okay? And, you know, they wouldn't have made me the chair of Senate Finance if I wasn't, you know, at least a little bit good with numbers, you know?
All right, Representative Almy.
Is there some way to put in a transfer to the general fund of Fish and Game into these numbers?
I could certainly add a footnote, or I could add something at the bottom, or
Yes,
whatever
we
is the
can-
desire
about-
of the committee.
How about using the other column? Right? So there's another column there. It's got zeros in it. You could put a transfer in it.
It's called other, and we would each time ask, what other is it?
Well, then you could put an asterisk
Yes,
saying
yes.
transfer to the Fish and Game. Fund,"
Right.
right? Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
It should
Yes,
be
go
in
ahead.
the-
we're going down a rabbit hole here,
Yes,
Okay.
we are.
okay?
Yeah.
We've got staff that runs this program
You're right.
and I don't want to do something special for this one account that messes up all the other accounts.
No, this
And if
happens a few
Fish and Game
times.
is doing this same kind of thing in other accounts,
No,
then I need to know about it.
this is the only account that has that specific language in the RSA that says to do that.
Okay.
If Representative Olney puts it on our list of things to revisit, that's where we should be now, and we should be on to the next item.
Okay. But can you work with them and make use of this other column to?
I will
report?
work with them on what the
Okay.
accounting should be, yes.
Yeah, but it should be spelled out. Okay. Pheasants.
Pheasant management. 100% of the revenue is derived from the sale of the pheasant license. The funds can only be used to purchase or propagate pheasants, and all we have done with this account in the past is to purchase pheasants.
About how many a year?
That number has gone down significantly because the cost of pheasants just in my lifetime at Fish and Game have gone from about $3 each to $12 each.
Mm. Gotcha. Oh, I see. It says here 10,000.
Yes, we've tried to use 10,000. We purchased slightly less than 10,000 this year
I gotcha.
with our operating budget.
And how many pheasant tags do you sell?
I do not have that number, sir.
Okay.
It is a very popular program with hunters. If you are a pheasant hunter, you love pheasant hunting.
Okay. Oh, yes, Representative Janicki.
Thank you. Do we have any idea if you're purchasing about 10,000 a year, do we know, did 10,000 get taken, or do we know, like, in each year, if only, let's say, 6,000 are being hunted, then, you know, do you adjust how much you should buy the next year?
We would, however, we always surpass the number of birds that people want us to put out in the fields.
And that's because people are turning, when they get a pheasant, they have to turn the tag in? Or how does that work? How do you know how many were taken?
Truthfully, I am not sure. They do have to report, and there is a bag limit on pheasants. You have to have a regular hunting license in order to purchase a pheasant license as well. If you would like further information on that, I would be happy to find that out for you.
Well, so I guess at the end of the day, you get numbers in from people calling in bags that you can tell that,
It's called a HIP survey. We actually have them, they call a toll-free number.
okay, so based on those calls, you can tell that you pretty much used up the 10,000.
Yes.
That's good.
Okay,
And the
thank
foxes
you.
are helping out too.
Yeah,
Everything's helping out. Foxes, coyotes.
yeah. Okay,
But we really don't know how many were hit by the foxes.
No, we don't.
but the fund seems to be working reasonably well. All right, what's next? Fish
Fish food.
food.
Fish food sales. Fish food sales. We have repealed this in statute. It actually was repealed per HB 2, page 85, number 270, effective June 30th, 2025. We have not, fish food sales, the funding was derived from the vending machines at our hatcheries that kids and people can put a quarter in and get a handful of fish food and feed the fish that were in the runways. In the statute, the funding was to be used to purchase equipment at hatcheries. There's so little funding that comes in at this point in time that we asked for it to be repealed. And if there is any revenue to come into the Fish and Game Department through fish food sales, it is being deposited into the unrestricted Fish and Game Fund. Again, it's very small amount of money.
Sure. So was 612 cleaned up and 182 removed or no? We don't know.
If your underlying legislation did not include taking it out of 612, then we would propose that as a cleanup item.
Okay,
It happens, so
okay.
if you can
Okay.
let me know.
Yep, I will.
Yeah. So yeah, put that on our list. Okay. And if there's any remaining funds, it should just
I
go to
had
the
it
Fish
on
and
my
Game
list
fund.
already.
Those transfers have already occurred.
That's
I've
okay.
cleaned that account up. It is now reflecting zero.
Okay,
It was actually a negative.
good.
Yeah.
So I had to use Fish and
You have to
Game
use-
funds to make that
close
a
it,
zero,
yeah, yeah.
to close out the account.
Gotcha. All right, Game Thief.
Operation Game Thief also closed out in the negative this year. It's mainly funded by a few donations, and the main expense is to fund an 800 telephone line for people to report suspected poaching. We also did a little bit of travel expenses this past fiscal year to send a couple of officers and their dogs, because our dogs are used in poaching activities, to a couple of trainings. That's why expenses look a little higher. The last couple of years, we've used that for training for a couple of officers.
So you want to keep this or no?
Yes,
Okay, but it's negative.
Oh, it said it was ended. You said it was ended, and I had written down that it was ended.
nope, that was sale of fish food.
No, I'm in Operation Game Thief.
We did not end that account. We did not request that it be repealed or ended.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Um,
Would the reduction in the donations be because that television program that was talking about Operation Game Thief was all over about 5 years ago, was about all over the television?
It may
Channels.
or may not have had something to do with that. I really can't comment on that. We also sell Operation Game Thief calendars at $10 a piece that help fund this account as well.
How many of those do you sell?
Oh,
Sold 65 last year?
no,
Yeah.
that actually came in as a donation.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we didn't sell any.
Yeah, so it seems to me that you're going to need a different revenue source if you're going to continue to spend money out of this account, right? I mean,
Well, actually, I have put a stop to spending any money out of this account. I have informed the colonel until we receive some money in.
okay. I mean, do people who are caught pay fines? Maybe
do.
those fines should
They
go into
do.
this account?
The fines do not go in here. It is restitution, and it is deposited into the unrestricted fishing game fund.
But I mean, if you want a separate activity for game theft, then maybe the fines should be associated with this, right? Make sense?
Maybe.
Maybe. It
Uh,
would-
all right, Representative Weiler, then Senator Rosenwald.
Are we still participating in Northwoods Law, the TV series?
That's
And
what
did
I was
it
talking
bring any money into the agency?
Northwoods Law TV series went away.
Mhm.
We do, however, apparently, we did enter into a new contract with Engel Entertainment, and it is on YouTube. It's called The Warden's Channel. I myself have not watched it, but they are filming. It's not on Animal Planet or any cable line at this point in time. It's just on YouTube. And it's called The Warden's Channel. We
So-
do not bring any funding into the department from Northwoods Law. However, for back in the day when we had the program, every new episode generated $2,000 to the Wildlife Heritage Foundation, which is our partner, our 503c partner.
It was worthwhile for us then.
For a little while it was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator
People
Rosenwald.
get tired of it. I guess I'm wondering about the 800 number because I'm probably the last person I know who has a landline. And anytime I make a call from a cell phone, there's not a long distance charge.
No.
And so why do you need an 800 number? Why can't it just be
Mm.
one of your 271 numbers that has a voicemail that someone monitors? Would that save money?
Our phone bill, because I process those, is approximately $35 per month for Operation Game Thief. And to answer your other questions, I don't have an answer for that other than that is a published line and we have a significant amount of publications and that have that phone number on them, and it's been the same phone number for many, many, many years.
It's hard to change that.
Yeah.
But when you must have to reprint those publications occasionally. When
If
you
that
run out.
is a road you want me to check out, I can do that.
I don't know. It's just like nobody pays a long distance
We would,
phone bill.
we
anymore.
would, if I may, we would
Well,
have to pay for a 271
I'm not
number, the same thing. We would have to pay for that line. We would pay DOIT telecommunications rather than an 800 number.
But would that be more or less?
It would be about the same.
All right, Senator Gray, then Representative Wellman.
No,
I would,
I'm okay.
I guess I would like the department to look at when there are fines, whether a percentage of that fine should be directed to this fund. And before we get done with our hearings, come back and give us their opinion.
Because obviously this fund needs a source of revenue better than what it's got now.
You know, whether
Well,
that's
Our-
number-
We
50%, 1%, or, you know, whatever.
we have a component of our unrestricted fish and game fund that is court fines and penalties, and we receive deposits from the courts on a daily basis. So that is part of our budgeted unrestricted revenue. Just putting that out there.
All right, but you'll look into that.
Yes.
Okay, next, wildlife habitat conservation. Oh, wait a minute, yeah. Yeah,
Yes, wildlife habitat conservation account. As we had previously discussed, this account is used primarily for land purchases as well as maintaining our public lands that we have. This account receives quite a bit of federal funding in addition to the $2.50 per hunting license wildlife habitat fee that is received to support this account. We also receive a small amount from the Connecticut Lakes Natural Areas Endowment Fund, which is based on expenditures that occur within this account. We did go through the process of asking for an increase in this account, the fee amount, to double it, and it was going through very strong. Governor Sununu very much supported it, and then it kind of fizzled out.
So that was going from $1 to $2?
No, it's currently $2.50, and we were raising it to $5. The fisheries habitat fee is $1.
Oh, I'm in the wrong place.
okay. And so the reason these expenses are kind of chunky is that's when you buy land?
Absolutely,
Is that what it is?
yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. All right.
Same with
So-
the,
so
same with
that
the
begs-
revenues.
That begs the question, if they were going from 250 to 5, at least we could put in that we increased the, from, say, 250 to 3 or even 250 to 4. I mean, if that's what it is, then that could be part of our legislation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is there land available for sale that's you would like to buy but are unable to? Is that?
A lot of it.
I can't answer that question. A lot of landowners actually approach us about purchasing land or putting it in a easement in perpetuity. Land deals take a considerable amount of time as well.
Mhm.
But we have been somewhat successful in our land purchases. From what I understand, we are the second highest holder of land for a state agency. I believe DOT is first.
Does anybody ever walk through those lands, see if anybody's like cutting trees or?
We do easement monitoring. And we do monitor our lands. And just as people break the laws on everybody else's property, they do it to ours too.
During this budget cycle, did you ask for the 250 to be increased or no?
We did.
Okay, and it was rejected?
It was rejected.
Gotcha. All right, so maybe I'll take a note to ask about that.
Do you know who rejected it? What stage? Was it in the House? Was it in the Senate?
Or the governor?
I believe it was the governor.
Okay.
So when you submitted your budget to the governor and the governor sent it forward, the governor did not include it in there.
That's correct.
All right.
No fee increases were included in the governor's budget.
We
And
increased some in the
There were
house.
plenty in the
Yes,
house.
we
You
did.
did. You increased
lot.
some in the House Finance.
This wasn't one of them, or did we increase it in the House and they killed it in the Senate?
They, wherever it was increased, They were all killed in the governor's budget.
All right.
But-
Well, I'll talk to Representative Irf about this and see what they think. Okay. All right. Next.
Next, we have Fisheries Habitat Management, which is a sister to the Wildlife Habitat Management. However, these funds, it is $1 per fisheries habitat fee. Of course, historically, fishing licenses certainly outnumber hunting licenses, both resident and non-resident. We did ask for an increase on this license, this fee as well, which was rejected. There are federal funds within this account as well. We pay 2 full-time fish habitat biologists out of this account, and they work on federal grants. And just like the wildlife habitat account, the fisheries habitat account, any interest earnings specifically on these dollars go right back into the account, and that's per RSA.
Have any ideas how long ago that dollar has been in?
Forever,
Like many of our other fees.
forever and ever and ever.
But on the other hand, this is a fairly healthy account.
It's relatively healthy, yes.
I mean, it has annual expenses in the 2, 3, 400,000 range, and it's got $1 million. So, you know,
But how
It-
much
We-
did
we
it
do
need
not-
to do?
We do not do any land purchases out of the fisheries habitat account, and that's why the expenses are relatively stable. We do fund large projects. We work with conservation commissions and do dam removal projects. But those are in the area of anywhere from 30 to 50,000.
Senator Gray?
I would like you, any of the fees that you asked for to have increased be added to the list that you've
Oh, that
done.
I'll talk, okay.
And so, we'll take care of them all and, you provide the list and we'll at least look at them.
Yes, Representative Weiler.
I had a constituent ask me about the removal of the dam on the Perry Pond in Coos County. And if that's been approved or if it's in progress, can you get back to me on the Perry Pond in Coos County?
We do not remove dams. We have nothing to do with dams. That is the DES Dams Bureau. If they
Okay.
recommend the removal of a dam, where we come into play is if a town owns a dam or a conservation commission and they come to us asking for funding for part of the removal project.
Have you had any of those?
Yes, we have.
And that would affect the wildlife if you do remove the dam.
It could potentially, and we would never recommend removal of a dam or take part in funding the removal of a dam if it was going to cause any type of harm to fisheries or wildlife habitat. Usually, removing a dam actually enhances, especially the fisheries, bringing them back to their natural environment before man came in and made all these dams.
Unless the pond drops about 4 or 5 feet in height.
Mhm. Okay. Other questions about fisheries? No? Okay. Broodstock.
The Broodstock Atlantic Salmon Program has also been asked to be deactivated.
Okay.
We have not received any revenue or had any expenses in this fund for a couple of years now. We no longer have a Broodstock Atlantic Salmon Program within the state of New Hampshire.
Okay. So this is something I should ask maybe the Resources Committee about?
Well,
Yeah.
By
Representative Almy.
by deactivate, do you mean delete?
Yes.
Yes.
But it's
Sorry,
more
I'm
than
not
just,
using the right verbiage.
but you're saying the program is still in law, right? This RSA,
At the moment. It is.
but it's inactive, sort of. So therefore,
Yes.
I should go to the
Now, if we go to this RSA, it is not specific to the Broodstock Atlantic Salmon Program. It is that the executive director may have permit programs. It's not specific to this one.
Oh, I see. All right, so let me, all right, ask
Why
Commissioner-
would you do that for this one and not pheasants?
Well, the pheasants was ongoing. They're buying 10,000 pheasants
The
every
pheasants
year.
is ongoing. It's an ongoing program until legislation or something
Yeah.
else stops it.
Are you asking why are they not buying salmon? Is that what
We-
you're?
we-
On, well, that's apparently what they were doing.
No.
Oh, you were breeding them.
No, they were, yes, and they were all natural.
Yeah.
And we used to have a permit for Atlantic salmon fishing. We haven't sold that since 2014.
Okay.
I think we should follow the department's recommendation and do away with this and go on to the next.
Yeah.
Right, but as a courtesy, I'll talk to the resources committee just to, or the fish and
Well,
game committee or something.
If you
Yeah.
talk to them, ask them what they're going to do to reestablish it.
Yes, right. Okay, but tentatively, this is on our list for removal. How's that? Okay,
Sounds good.
Yeah.
okay. Next, gifts and donations.
Next, we have the gifts and donations account, which is exactly what it states. It's a repository for gifts and donations to the state. We in then turn use those funds if a donation comes in for a specific non-budgeted accounting unit activity, such as if a donation comes in for search and rescue, it goes directly to search and rescue. If a donation comes in to a non-dedicated account, such as Hunter Education, they do not have a dedicated account. It would be deposited into this account, and that division or that program is allowed to use those funds to purchase items or a service directly for the Hunter Education program. Quite often, we receive donations that are checked off as for department use where you most see fit or need fit. And the current executive director has used that for various things. Certainly, education of employees is very important to her. So the gifts and donations account can be used for various expenses that we do not have the funding for anywhere else in our budget.
Yes, Representative Weil.
Is this the one that Northwoods Law brought contributions? to?
No, that is a totally separate, the Wildlife Heritage Foundation is a foundation outside of Fish and Game.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Representative Janicki.
Just, again, a general question on this one. How do people know where they can donate? I mean, is it marketed somewhere or?
Right on the front page of our website.
That's a good place.
Absolutely, you can donate to the department.
Okay, great.
On our online licensing site, you can donate specifically to the non-game program as well as the legacy account, which we haven't gotten to yet.
Are any of these 501c3?
Only the Wildlife Heritage Foundation, which is outside of Fish and Game.
Oh, so, but
Yeah.
this would be tax deductible, I would assume.
No.
If you donate to the department, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Other questions? This, I mean, I tend to think it's reasonable to have kind of a little bit
Very
of flexible
small,
small
slush
amounts
fund
of
that they're
flexible money like this. So,
using sparingly.
yes, okay. Wildlife Legacy Initiative.
Correct, and that's the one I just spoke of, that it is on our licensing site because it's a checkoff box on the multi-license form. So when you're purchasing your license, if you check off this box, it's an extra $10 that is deposited into this account. And this account right now funds the Wildlife Heritage Program, which is an accounting unit within the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department. We do a lot of landowner relations through that program. It's a very small accounting, not a lot of expenses come out of it. So if you look at the expenses and revenues, the expenses are very low, and that is just used to fund that one accounting unit.
Okay.
So the balance continues to rise because certainly revenue is outpacing expenditures. And in the RSA, it states that the executive director has the authority to direct where these funds are to be used. And since this account was created, those funds have been used for the landowner relations program.
Okay. But he could choose to add some other kind of.
At
fund.
any time.
Yeah.
Including Marine.
Okay. I saw the word legacy. I thought that meant this came from wills or something.
No.
No. Okay.
Next.
Next.
We
Any
have the game
questions?
oh, I'm sorry.
No. All right. Go ahead. Yeah.
Next, we have the game management account. Funding for the game management account is derived from federal funds, as well as $10 from the sale of waterfowl, bear, turkey, and moose permits and licenses. And this account is used to fund some personnel, but a majority of this fund is used to fund research projects, mostly with the University of New Hampshire. It's used to match very large federal grants for those research projects. Like you may have heard of the Moose Research Project that UNH has done with us for many years.
So the fiscal year 2025 line doesn't add up to me.
Well, let's go there.
It's beginning 2.174,
Mm-hmm.
add $1 million, subtract $1 million, result 1.5.
But we also have 611,000 in commitments, which are encumbrances. So you have to take that out of your available balance as well.
I thought we had agreed that
yes.
that would be in the ending balance, and the commitment would be there so that we would know how much of that ending balance was committed and gone forward.
Yeah.
It is part of the, it is part of it, sir.
What
If-
we're trying to do is consistency between all of these things, okay?
Right.
And we had this discussion, whether it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago, that the ending balance needs to be what the cash is. And if there's a commitment, then the commitment is put there so we know that that amount will be taken out of the next year.
That ending balance is the cash ending balance.
The ending balance, the math needs to work. So that's what we've instructed in our instructions for what you input into the database. This memo may be done slightly differently, but when we review the book, that is how we do it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not understanding what you're saying, Dana.
That's okay. I'll resend you the instructions.
So it's different.
Okay.
than
So this one may need to be redone, I think. Okay.
No, but you said the book is right.
When we do, we haven't done this year's book. We're working on that.
Oh,
But when they
alright.
input, this is the preview you get for the review cycle. But when they enter these into the database that produces the book, we do our best to review for that so
The
that
thing-
we have them consistent.
The
But
things
what-
that I
but
see in the book are
2025 is,
the way
Right,
we
we did
normally would do it.
reestablish that for all agencies. So there was some consistency, but a few of them squeaked through. So we'll keep looking for them.
Okay. Yeah, Representative Wyler.
But it's not the available balance. So we
What-
can talk about it.
So they don't want
After
the
the fact.
cash balance of actually what's available to spend.
I'll re-forward you the instructions, which tells you exactly how to fill out the book.
Doesn't this book come from the data, online data?
Yes, and we have instructions for that. So we'll take it offline.
When you fund a research project, what are the results? Do you change the season, the habitat, anything, is any changes result from funding research projects?
Yes, of course. That's why we do research projects. It could encompass changing the seasons, opening up a season, closing a season.
Yeah,
Right now, we're in the middle of, we've been doing the moose research project for several years.
I remember that.
We're also in the middle of a fur bearer project for fishers, which we received a very large federal grant for. Like what's happening to the fishers, they seem to be decreasing significantly in the state of New Hampshire.
I haven't seen any big change to the season or anything. I see a lot of reports of tick infestations on the moose, and seems to, because of the warmer winters and so on, but I don't see any change in the season or anything.
I am not a moose expert.
Okay.
They cut back the moose hunts.
Yes, we've cut it back significantly.
Okay.
When I first started at Fish and Game, we provided over 500 permits. Now we're down to about 50.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I've got constituents that used to hunt a moose every year with the entire family participating with their own licenses so that they could have meat all year.
Mm. Yes, Representative Janigan.
Yeah, back to I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I'm not sure I completely understand what the problem is with this table. Because maybe to make it clearer, that last column, instead of commitments, could just say commitments and then parentheses, reducing or yielding ending balance. Because if I take the beginning balance on the top line, add
this consistent?
1063, 239, subtract the expense, subtract the commitment, I get the ending balance. So I'm not sure I
Right,
understand what the problem
but
is.
that's not true for the other four lines in this table.
Can I try to explain the way I understand
Go ahead,
it?
Senator Green.
What we want, when I get a bank statement on my checking account, okay? The bank has no idea what my commitments are, how many checks I've written that they haven't gotten yet. So they give me a number, okay? What I have in my checkbook is less the commitments. What we want is that number that we get from the bank. How much money is in the bank? And if you have commitments, then it's up to us to say, okay, of that, and I'm looking at the 24 number, 2,147,000 plus, and that I've already committed 654 of it. And that's what we've done, account after account after account after account. And if somebody gives me something different,
Yeah.
it throws them a monkey wrench into the works.
Right.
I have to say that this is the template I was provided to use to report to you.
Yes.
This is what I was provided.
Right, but the point is, the math on the 2025 line is different than the math on the other four lines.
Well, the way
Right.
I
And so
would,
the other four lines are correct in our estimation, and the 2025 line needs to be corrected. All right, well, Representative Weiler, then
Oh, I see what you're
Representative
saying,
Wall.
okay.
commitments for 1 year may be wrapped and included in expenses for the next year.
Sure.
Because the commitments are always a little less than the expenses, so I'm sure they're included in the next year's expenses, those commitments, but we don't see them till the following year.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
All right, Representative Walling.
Thank you. But, so in every single one of your reports, on the 2025 line, for instance, I'm looking at Wildlife Habitat Conservation account. The ending balance is 318,000, but 206 of that is already committed.
Yeah. Right.
Where are we?
Well,
Are you going
I'm
backwards?
just going, I
Yeah.
just went,
Oh, you went back
pulled
to,
that one
okay.
up.
It's number 186. There's
So
no
in-
page number.
In
for it.
fact, the ending balance should be 524, I guess, 25.
If you were to add those two
Ah.
together.
Yes.
The ending balance is the cash available balance in the account. So if that's the wrong way to do it,
Well, it's the
I can
cash
change it.
available, including it's the cash available in the account, which hasn't paid for those commitments yet.
That
Yeah.
is correct.
Going back to my example,
Yes,
okay?
I agree with your example.
We want what the bank would tell me, okay? Your cash available is what I have in my ledger, okay? I have written checks on that balance. And I think that's what the explanation of the booklet that goes along with this on how to fill out the forms tells you to do.
So,
Yes. I would just add that our accounting system is built a little differently. The available balance already takes out the commitment, so there is some confusion sometimes for the agencies filling these out because this book is done in this manner to provide consistency, but it is a little different than the way our statement of appropriations reads. So that's just background. But
and you
we'll go
guys are
through
going to
it.
work together because
Yes.
Representative Almy's point is the same problem is on some other
I
accounts
know.
here.
Correct, and
Yeah, okay.
we would fix that as we get to producing the book.
All right, great. Thank you. Let's go to the next one. What is next?
Derelict?
Derelict fishing gear. Yeah. Page 268.
Derelict fishing gear and coastal cleanup is relatively new. It's only been in existence for 3 years. And the revenue is derived from a $15 fine to marine fishermen, commercial fishermen, for not cleaning up their derelict fishing gear. As you can see, it's relatively new, only has a $17,000 balance at this point in time.
Okay. We'll let it go. Next.
The same
But-
is true
Oh,
with the threatened,
Sorry.
Representative Almy?
Yes, they aren't using the money yet.
well, we have used $2,700 in fiscal year '25.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
It's not in the book yet.
Oh, it's
in
not
the
in the
page.
book yet.
It-
Okay,
it's
it's
over here.
just starting now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, the
Right.
Threatened and Endangered Species Compensatory Mitigation Fund. This is a fund that was set up for the executive director to accept payments for unavoidable loss of critical habitat from a proposed activity such as building and land clearing. We have not spent any of these funds at this point in time. This is also an interest-bearing account.
Well, they haven't clearly defined the parameters of loss of habitat. I see it going on all the time, and as far as I know, they don't pay anything for it.
Well, in some instances, they do. I just deposited a check for $50,000 into this account the other day.
Good.
Does the law state what the funds are used for? Or to be used for, or whatever?
It's in her report, right? Description of expenses.
Oh, sorry.
Fund is for the purpose of funding projects, et cetera.
Oh, okay.
There have been no expenses up until this point
I
in
see.
time.
Because it's really not enough money to
Yeah.
move the needle, I guess. All right, Representative Almy?
Well, I was just wondering, are you looking, starting to look at projects for when it gets bigger?
That would be a question for Michael Marchand, the program manager of the non-game program. And I'm sure that that is in the pipeline.
And I mean, this, what you're getting from it doesn't seem to be as much as what the program for compensation in the projects from DES has been getting. And is it a different program, or do you get a piece of the DES money when?
I believe we share in those mitigation funds, and what that split is, I can't speak to. I don't know what the methodology is behind that.
So, and the next page says there was something in House Bill 2 about this.
Yes,
So therefore,
there was
there is
changed language in House Bill 2, and I think that the kinks are all trying to be worked out.
Okay.
There were many, many changes in
Okay.
House Bill 2.
all right. So other people are looking into it and
Yes,
working on it and so on.
yes.
Okay. All right. We have an appendix here.
We do. It's just about the federal law requiring no diversion of license-based revenues.
Warning.
What's that? Are we in danger of violating this federal law?
No, not as long as you leave the Fish and Game Fund to itself.
We don't move it to the general fund? Is that what
Right.
you're
Yeah,
saying?
see, there's been talk, and
Okay. All right.
I think
Yes,
that
Senator Gray.
if we had done what the House had suggested, is that certain funds had to provide 5% or whatever, then we probably would have violated.
you would have violated the law.
Okay. I get it.
Did you leave some of those that weren't Fish and Game?
What we did was we put a note in the governor's budget that said that she needed to find savings that would have come up with the same amount of money,
Okay,
but we didn't say where it was coming from.
okay.
Okay. Very good. So we will task you guys
I was
with
very worried about
reworking this memo for those particular lines that are in there. Other questions on Fish and Game? All right. Well, thank you very much for coming.
Good to see you, Kathy. Keep up the good work.
All right. We have now roughly a little 25 minutes. Is HHS here?
Yes, there's Nathan.
Okay. Very good. All right. We have two memos from you. All right. So let's see. They start on page. Okay. They're starting on page 277. Toward the end there.
These things are all together.
All right, welcome, Mr. White.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Nathan White. I'm the Chief Financial Officer with the Department of Health and Human Services, and joining me here today.
Good morning. My name is Tricia Tilley. I'm an Associate Commissioner with the Department of Health and Human Services. Thank you.
All right. Page 277, you're right there.
Can I get those names?
Oh, yeah, so it's Nathan White.
Oh, Nathan White.
And Patricia Tilley. Tilly. I guess Tilly. Yeah. Okay.
White.
I don't either. But I just guessed. Okay.
It was probably a blank copy.
All right. Shall we give any initial remarks, or should we start with Public Health Special Services?
Nope, this is my first time going through this process, so looking forward to it. If we are unable to answer any questions, we will follow up as quickly as possible to get those responses to you. In our initial review, we have identified some dedicated funds that could certainly be considered for elimination. We went back and looked at the history. Some of these go back to 1929. Some haven't been spent out of in 10, 20 years. So in our review, we tried to take a critical look at everything that we had so that we can make recommendations to this committee. So
Excellent.
great.
Does he have a copy of the list of the inactive funds so that?
Yeah, so probably some of the ones you're talking about.
Yes, I left on the inactive list a few of your funds like mosquito control and those that
Yep.
picked up in our inactive review
You're
this
about
year.
to get a copy.
Great. Thank you.
So there's 4.
All right. So the first dedicated fund, the Public Health Special Services Fund. So this fund is funded through a couple different sources of revenue, mainly through licensing beverage manufacturers as well as milk distributors. We did get a question relative to the history here, and when we looked into that, we did identify a problem. The way that we have been reporting this in the past has actually also combined some other fee revenue into the totals. So what you're seeing there is you're actually seeing almost an extra $280,000. So we will be making that correction going forward. But the actual budgeted amount for this fee revenue in state fiscal year 26, I believe, is approximately $157,000. These dollars do support the overall program that for food protection and beverage and milk licensing. And overall, what you see there in the spending trend in recent years is the revenue comes in and the expenses go out because the program itself is supported by a variety of different funding sources. These other revenue sources being some of them, and those are spent year to year, so it carries relatively no balance.
Yeah, I mean, you're using to the dollar all the money that's there. Does that mean this, you don't really need a fund? You could do it in some other way?
I'd like to, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to take that back and just consider any potential implications, but I think this could be an area that we could potentially consider for that. I would just need to talk through any of the regulatory specifics that we need to take into consideration to make sure we weren't violating any laws or having any other intended consequences, but we can take that back.
Okay, Representative Almy.
But as I understand it, this money comes from a particular fee program, the beverage and dairy licensing programs.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
So that, even though they're spending to the dollar what they've gotten, this is the way we do the other dedicated funds.
Yep. We also have restaurant licensing fee revenue that goes into the account that you see in the budget as well. So there's a couple of different funding sources in the account that are used to support the food protection program that licenses restaurants across the state and inspects them.
So I guess there are other parts of the expenses that are paid for from the general fund, maybe? Is that it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's as I was indicating, what you see under the state law that's referenced here is you have the milk and beverage manufacturer fees. Then in the actual account in the budget in 5390, you also have the restaurants licensing fee revenue as well. And then there's also a very small portion, about $18,000 of federal funds. and then a larger portion of general funds as well. So any funds in that account that are not spent at the end of the year would go ahead and lapse year to year.
Gotcha. All right. Next.
The
Representative Wellman, yeah.
Sorry, so that other money is all in the 24 and earlier budgets, or it just didn't show up?
in the operating budget.
Yeah.
Well,
In the revenues and expenses that we have for 2021 to 24.
Yes, when we reviewed this, we identified an error with the way that it was being reported. So going forward, what you'll end up seeing there is a much smaller dollar amount because the licensing fee revenue that we collect each year was also included within that.
Thank you. Oh, and I wanted to ask about the revenue, licensing, restaurant licensing fees. I don't know if we're still doing it, but in Lebanon, we joined with Hanover because nobody was inspecting the restaurants. And there was a fair amount of stuff that they were finding that needed to be fixed, especially in Hanover. Do they pay for these licensing fees also, or is it just?
Sure. So thank you very much for that question. So in New Hampshire, we have the state does licensing for the vast majority of the state. However, there are cities in New Hampshire who do their own licensing, and I believe Lebanon is one that does its own licensing. So we would not see those fees in this particular budget. They take care of it on their own. They're self-inspecting cities.
Thanks.
If you could do things in 3 different ways, we always do it that way.
Yeah. Well, they found a whole lot of problems in Hanover
All right.
back then.
Okay, go ahead. We'll go to radioactive waste.
It's the low-level radioactive waste management. This fund supports a low-level radioactive waste management program, and essentially what it can be used for is the disposal of low-level radioactive waste. We do receive a quarterly fee from generators of low-level radioactive waste on a per cubic foot basis, and that's what you see in the revenue line there. There are certain restrictions, however, on the way that the fund may be expended. It does require governor level approval, and it may only be used for the elements that are stipulated in statute, which we have included in our memo on page 3. We did recently receive approval, I believe it was approximately 2 weeks ago, from the governor's office for the disposal of some radioactive waste and low-level radioactive waste. We're expecting that to be approximately $150,000, the exact amount to be determined. But again, this is where you see that beginning balance go up, 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 and then we'll have a large expenditure this coming year in 26. But again, just because of unique restrictions on there, you're not going to see annual expenses. It's based on a need so that we can respond to it. Public health has a very small percentage of general funds available to them for this purpose. This avoids us from having to budget general funds each year that may not be spent.
Representative Wellman.
Is it realistic to keep the fund growing and growing because nobody apparently needs to dispose of radioactive waste?
When you need to
Usually.
dispose of radioactive waste, you need to do it immediately, and we have seen those costs increase. So it is one of the reasons we're considering that we need to maintain this as it is right now, because as costs increase, we find something is found and it needs to be disposed of, and statutorily, public health is responsible for that.
Representative Weiler.
As I recall from years previous, this was like gloves and aprons that people were using in radiology, and they're very, very low. And in some cases, they were allowed to be going to a landfill if they were low enough. So we weren't paying these outrageous things for somebody to put them in a radioactive landfill. We were kind of separating some of them. But then when you spoke of money was used to dispose of, vaccines, they're not radioactive. Is that a misuse of the fund?
The vaccines.
Where
I
are you
don't-
look-
He spoke about something about disposal of vaccines.
Oh,
No,
Oh, I thought, okay.
Okay. All right, so to your point that when you want to dispose of things, you need to do it quickly, does that mean the whole going to the governor aspect of that is too time consuming? I mean, no?
that's not been our experience. When we have a need, we send a memo directly to the governor's office and they act expeditiously.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like overkill to me, but.
What,
Yeah.
one consideration just from a budget and fiscal perspective. So if the state chose to, if we didn't have a dedicated fund and the state chose to budget general funds or other funds, then if that amount exceeded what we had budgeted, then we would need to go through fiscal potentially, depending on the exact amount. I think when considering like the timing of that, if we have a 2-week delay or a 3-week delay, or we're able to get a late item on or whatever it might be, you would still see a potential delay there. So the way that this has been statutorily constructed is probably the most expeditious manner possible, given the time sensitivity of and the need. That's why we recommend keeping it for now.
All right. I mean, Senator Rosemont.
Thank you. I'm just curious why the need to go to the governor? Why was that written into the statute?
I would have to go back to the history of the statute, but I believe that's been there for quite some time. So it's
just
antiquated
seems like
statute.
An extra step that, I mean,
Yeah.
what is the governor going to know?
Yeah. Maybe this is in case you have a radioactive incident that it won't get buried or something. I don't know. All right. So maybe we consider possible legislation to let the department act on its own. Yeah. Okay. Make a note of that. All right. Next.
The next accounting unit or dedicated fund, this is the vaccine purchase fund. The revenue is received from the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. It's used to purchase serums, vaccines, immunization agents for children. Overall, this allows the state to achieve a cost savings for the purchase of certain vaccines that we distribute for elective childhood vaccination. You'll see when it comes to the numbers, it's generally acts as a pass-through. Any commitments or ending balances, I mean, typically wash out year over year, as the beginning balance is relatively de minimis when looking at the total expenses.
Now, wasn't this association
Yes.
terminated or
No,
something? No.
they're trying to terminate it.
Oh,
My
okay.
committee is trying to keep it.
I see.
It's in our committee at this point.
Okay.
I mean, it's a retained bill right now that we probably will be addressing on Monday, October 6th.
Yeah.
Okay.
RFK is trying to get rid of these vaccines.
Yeah.
Yes,
All right, but
all vaccines,
seems.
all health.
No, because they're dangerous.
No, they aren't.
Well, I don't think we'll decide that today. So, all right. Shall we move on? Okay. All right. Lead poisoning.
The next AU is a lead poisoning fund. The revenue here, it's generated from fees that are assessed to lead abatement contractors. This supports the lead prevention program. It funds position costs as well as a contract. The revenue and expenses year over year generally equal out. The beginning balance had seen some slight growth since state fiscal year 2022.
Yes, Representative Mahoney?
Yeah, what are the fines on that feed this?
So there are different types of fees overall.
Yeah.
We have a lead clearance testing technician fee, a lead abatement worker fee, a lead abatement supervisor fee, lead inspector, risk assessor. We may charge for a duplicate license. There's a variety that are specified under Administrative Rule HEP 1612.08.
And the total of them is like 45,024.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Okay.
that's all you need?
Yeah, I mean, so this fund has quite a healthy balance, right? Like, it's
Yeah, that's true.
eight or nine times annual expenses. Right? So,
Yes, we have been accumulating funds in that, and we are procuring a new data system for all of our environmental health services that goes across food protection, lead, radiological health, as well as, and I'm dropping one in there. There's food, lead, radiological. There's one more to come to me, and we're combining those efforts to put forward to get rid of some old legacy systems. So we've been accumulating balance to essentially pay for the new data.
gotcha. So there may be a hit to
Yes.
this at some point. Okay, very good. Other questions? Nope. All right, go on.
The next dedicated fund is the Lab Equipment Replacement Fund. This accounting unit, this supports the lab and the purchase of equipment. I had to reach out to the team to get a better understanding of what the equipment costs could look like. They gave me a number of pieces of equipment, many of which I cannot pronounce the name of, that range for replacement costs from $122,000 up to $375,000 for a liquid chromatographic mass spectrometer, which is why we do have a need for a balance year to year. In the event those pieces of equipment need repair or replacement, if they broke, we could not continue to provide the services, which is why it's essential to be able to react to that. The revenue here comes from a fee schedule that the lab charges, and again, the expenses are primarily the replacement of equipment on a year-to-year basis, often of which can cost $100,000 or more per piece of equipment.
We tried to make some changes in this one, and I'm not sure whether they got all the way through because, so what was the status of the changes that we attempted to make?
Yep. So Senate Bill 178 from the 2025 legislative session, historically the fees were set within statute, and that modified it so that the fees will be shifted to administrative rule. I believe the process for that has started, and that's moving forward.
Okay, so the looking at more funds, they will be able to do that through the rules process. Correct.
Yes.
I'll just note that one of the reasons was both so that we could address the cost of the equipment, but some of our fees for the water lab were so low, they were actually significantly undercutting the commercial market. So we're going to be getting back to more market rates.
That's pretty hard on small homeowner associations, that, especially the ones that have to pay weekly.
Sure. But our rates will still be affordable.
All right, so where are we now? Radiation? So,
Wait a sec.
okay,
Lab equipment, moving on to radiological
all right.
assessment.
So our lunch is here, so maybe this will be a time to adjourn or recess until 1 o'clock. Can we do that? You guys will be back? Yeah? Okay, good. All right, we are recessed until 1 o'clock. Thank you. So we cannot eat in this space, so we're going to go to the cafeteria space
Oh.
in the other building. Are you ready? Oh, no, not quite.
Ready.
Ready. Okay. All right, it's 1 o'clock. We'll get started again, and on to lab equipment. Is that it?
Radiological health.
Oh, we already talked about lab. equipment.
Radiological health assessment.
Okay, radiological health assessment, page 283.
Like Dennis said, they went way up.
Great.
Is there a fee or something? Is
Oh,
there-
yeah.
Okay.
So,
Six operatories, each one had an X-ray machine. I think they almost tripled the fee for each one.
Oh my gosh.
for the record, Nathan White, Chief Financial Officer with the Department of Health and Human Services, and I'm joined with Tricia Tilley, the Associate Commissioner. Radiological Health Assessment Dedicated Fund on page 6 of our memo, page 283 of the Dedicated Fund report in front of you. This is a fund that is supported by fee revenue. These are inspections of MRI machines, X-rays, all around the state. I believe there's over about 4,000 of these. This supports both the program review of the machines to ensure that the radiation they are emitting is proper, as well as the emergency response preparedness efforts relative to oversight of the 2 nuclear power plants in the area, Vermont Yankee and Seabrook. There are fees. I don't know the recent history of the fees. I don't know if you're familiar with that, Tricia, but we could certainly get that.
We can certainly get back to you, but I know that the fees have been raised. They had not been raised in a very long time since then, so that it was just an adjustment. But I'm going to, it was a very long time. I don't want to say the wrong amount of years, but it's significant.
Now,
And for context, you will see the beginning balance there, approximately 1.4 million. As Associate Commissioner Tilley was indicating earlier, funds from this balance here are intended to be used for the future data system replacement. So this fund will take a hit at say fiscal year 26 and or 27 for that system upgrade.
now you said safety from nuclear plants, but we have a separate fund from that in the Department of Safety. If you look on page 82 and 83 in the book. So is this duplicative effort somehow?
No, it is our partnership with Department of Safety and Homeland Security. So they receive funds from Seabrook, and then they give funds to the department for our role in safety around that. We are specifically charged with we have the physicists who go out there and assess the impacts to human health.
Oh, okay. Do you like stockpile iodine or whatever it is that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. All right. Any questions on this one, Representative Almy?
Just, are you still visiting the Vermont site? What are we doing with them? They're pretty well closed down.
Yes, so Vermont Yankee is closed down, but since it certainly has an impact on the river, and the radius comes into New Hampshire, there is sort of long-lasting effects that might be there that we monitor for. We have radiation monitoring points throughout the state, but especially in those areas close to the areas of around Seabrook as well as Vermont Yankee.
Thank you. I live above it.
Even walking around, you get exposed. I remember going to it on a tour when I was in my Air Force uniform, and then when I went to go out, an alarm went off.
Mm.
I didn't take anything. You
Mm.
just stand there, and that polyester absorbs a lot.
Interesting.
And so stood there for 10 minutes and then went back through and it didn't alarm.
Mm.
The fact that it alarmed in the first place, just walking around.
Okay. Yes, sorry, Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. So x-rays, CT scans,
Yes.
MRIs.
Yes, every radiological equipment. To the point of the representative earlier, the number one item or the largest number of things that we inspect are the dental operatory dental x-rays. That's what there is the most of, but every radiological we inspect to make sure that it's in good working order.
So an MRI is actually radioactive.
I'd
I
have to
thought
get
it
back to you
wasn't.
on that. I'd have to get, but we do certainly all the x-ray machines. I
And
think there's,
CT scans, PET scans.
yes, yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Right, I think you're right. The
Yeah,
MRIs
I
are
don't
not-
think the MRI does, but all of the larger, anything with any sort.
Probably not.
Probably not. I would have to go back to look at the exact machine. I will tell you, it's a lot of dental x-rays.
What about electrocardiogram? Got to do one of those in a couple of weeks.
We'll make sure it's in good working order for you.
So are the fees set in statute? Or-
They are set in rule.
Rules.
Stress tests where you take a contrast.
I would have to check on that. It depends. It's a barium. Well,
Well, I
it-
don't know what it is. It's
Yeah.
some kind of contrast.
yeah, I would have
That's
to check.
different from a regular stress test.
Yeah, I would have to check.
Just
I don't
wanna
wanna
make
say the
sure
wrong
I'm
thing.
Missing any opportunity.
Okay.
It's one of the very quiet programs in our department. You certainly want it to be working well. You don't want to know when this program is not working well. So we do their job, but I can get back to you on those things.
Okay. Newborn screening.
The newborn screening fund is the purpose of this fund is to provide funding for testing of every newborn child for, I believe, approximately 32 inherited medical disorders. The revenue of this comes from filter papers charged to the hospitals. We have seen an increase, and there's a couple of factors that have been contributing to that. Anytime we see an increase in births, which New Hampshire did see following the pandemic, there was a higher number of filter papers that were sold, so we did see an increase there. But then what we've also seen on the expense side in 23 and 24 is we did experience a number of vacancies. Following the pandemic, we were under a hiring freeze, I believe, for a little over approximately a year. And then during the 2021 time period, COVID also took priority when it did come to hiring. So we have seen a rise in that balance over this time period, and we would assume that the expenses and the revenue would start to better align going forward. But for the current time, there was a balance of 3.8 million, or excuse me, approximately 4.1 million.
So you don't charge a fee per newborn for this service, right? You charge it sort of indirectly via filter paper?
Correct. So the hospital purchases a filter paper, which is the actual filter paper. They put the blood spot on from the child's heel, and then that filter paper goes to the laboratory in Massachusetts to look for over 32
Oh, I
heritable
see.
conditions. And
So effectively, each child is paying for his
Correct.
own thing?
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Filter paper isn't used for anything else?
in this case, it is a general filter paper that is used for blood spot testing, but in this case, the ones that we sell to them are used specifically for newborn screening.
Gotcha. Okay. So this has a healthy balance. Are you planning to spend it down at all, or?
So I think as Nathan described, we had some hiring. We weren't able to hire for all the positions, so it's accumulated over time. We are getting to full staffing now. And we will also, this is another one where we'll end up using it for our data systems. The data systems are so incredibly expensive, as you know, and this is
Sure.
the best use for that fund. So we tend to let it accumulate and then do our updates to our systems when we have the funds.
Okay. Other question? All right, go on.
The next dedicated fund is the WIC food rebates, page 8 of the memo, page 286 of the report in front of you. This particular dedicated fund, this is used to support the WIC food rebate program. Essentially, when participants in the WIC program purchase baby formula, there's a rebate that comes back to the state as revenue, and then those revenues are put towards supporting the program. There are restrictions in federal law, which is part of the reason why this is a dedicated fund to ensure that any rebates derived through any rebate revenue derived through the program go back in to support the program itself. And that's why this program, and then you'll see in a couple of dedicated funds similar to the Ryan White program, where we receive rebate revenue, has to be used to support that, which is again why we have statutory restrictions around it.
It makes it easier to prove you're doing the right thing, is it?
100%.
You also get
Yeah.
federal funds?
This is all federal funds.
Yes.
All right, next.
The next is the mosquito control fund. So the last time that we saw activity in this fund was 2016. Originally, the mosquito control fund, it was used to offset the cost of mosquito control activities within the localities. The state hasn't funded this initiative for some time. This is certainly an area that could be considered for a change to statute if it was so chosen by the committee. But again, there hasn't been any activity, and we're approaching a decade now.
Senator Gray.
I didn't see that on the inactive list,
I think
Oh,
it
it's
was,
there,
it
I
is
think.
there.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't see it.
It's
Marked it.
ID 293 DHHS, about third of the way
There it
down.
is.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of it going away.
Anybody else?
I wish we'd get rid of the mosquitoes.
Mm.
That'll be the first
Well,
frost.
the trouble is you get rid of the mosquitoes by using nasty chemicals at them.
Mhm.
And
All
a
right.
lot of people don't like that.
Or releasing mosquitoes into the environment
Yeah.
that can't reproduce.
Can't reproduce, yeah. All right, so Jennifer put this on our list of maybe get rid of.
No one ever thought to do that.
Okay. Yes,
Thank
Senator
you.
Rosenwald.
So how are we dealing with Tripoli and West Nile? Is all that money coming out of the Department of Agriculture?
So there's a partnership that we have across, each of the state agencies have their particular role to play. We do have funds that are in our other budgeting and the rest of the bit, just not in this fund that deals with some of our arbovirus, our mosquito-borne illness. And we partner with our communities too, especially if you remember last year we had significant mosquito-borne illness in southern New Hampshire, Hampstead in particular. So we just do it through other funds, just not this fund.
Could I ask a follow-up? So, are you still able to keep up with the work, even though you had to let go of those 20 lab workers?
Yes, we can keep up with the work right now. That's where I would leave it. As it's hard. There's definitely increased load, but we are doing okay.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Drug assistance.
The
AIDS drug assistance.
AIDS Drug Assistance Fund, page 9 of the memo, page 288 of the report. This has fit, as I was indicating earlier. This supports the Ryan White Care AIDS Drug Assistance Program. There's revenue that is derived through the medications that are purchased in the form of rebates that are put back into the program. In a similar fashion, there's federal restrictions that require that the rebate revenue go back to support the program, and that's why it is a dedicated fund.
Are the number of AIDS cases constant or increasing?
New
declining?
Hampshire,
Decrease,
New
I
Hampshire
hope so.
does well when compared to other states. We have a relatively lower burden of HIV or AIDS than other states around us, which is great news. But it has remained relatively consistent.
Yes, Representative Walmy.
Yeah, if it's relatively consistent, it looks like the balances are declining. And I figured that that was because there were more people that had died off from who were AIDS patients, but who,
Yeah.
like a friend of mine, reached the end of his life and died off.
Yes, certainly, there are different populations who are impacted right now by HIV and AIDS, and certainly the medications are more expensive more and more. So it's a complicated math formula.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so here's the number, 350 to 400. Okay. And you get money from what? Oh, from the federal government?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Next.
The next dedicated fund is the Healthcare Associated Infections Fund. And you will see that there really is no activity here. Currently, we are receiving federal funds to support this program. However, there is authority that exists in statute in the event that those federal funds cease. And as many of you are aware, we are seeing changes in the way that the state is receiving federal dollars in the future from the federal government. So the statute itself would allow the state to assess fees to hospitals, end-stage renal dialysis centers, ambulatory surgical centers, to support the program's operating expenses, which monitor the healthcare-associated infections. Again, while there is no activity, we would recommend, given some of the changes that we have seen indications of potentially happening at the federal level, that we keep this for now in the event we do lose federal funding.
So is this just a statistics kind of thing? You're just keeping track of how many such
Yes,
problems there are?
it's a combination. So we keep tracks and make it publicly available so that we know where there are healthcare associated infections across the state in these different ambulatory surgical centers. The other piece of it that we also provide is support and education to those around infection control. So we do some program work with them, but one of the main reasons why this was put into practice was just for the transparency of the data.
And you can find out there's somebody who's not keeping their facility clean enough or whatever, yeah, okay. Representative Almond.
But you're doing this now, even though there's not been any revenue for.
We have federal funds that support this work right now, and what Nathan was describing is we
they
would.
don't show up in here. Got it.
Yes, we are not assessing any fees right now because we have federal funding. But given the state of federal funding, especially funding that comes from the CDC, we are suggesting we should keep this at least for a little bit longer because we're seeing so many changes.
Okay. All right, page 290.
So page 290, this is the grants to aid and healthcare providers. This is the dedicated fund that supports the SLRP program. Fun acronym. And we transfer funds from an escrow account, the joint underwriters account, often referred to as the JUA account. There's currently, and we did receive a question in advance from the committee, there's currently a balance of about 1.4 million. Within that, there was historically, the state has supported this program with general funds. We did see a reduction, or actually an elimination of all general funds to support this program for the current biennium. There was also a prohibition against using general funds to support the SLRP program for the current biennium. We have budgeted in 26 and 27 $410,000 of revenue to come out of that $1.4 million escrow account. So we will see a reduction to that in the current biennium, and then we'll go forward next August and prepare our budget. And we'll go through the legislative process and see for the state fiscal years of 28 and 29 whether any general funds will be used there. If not, by that point in time, will probably be the reserve within that escrow account would probably be gone based on what we're projecting.
Spell out slurp, it isn't in here.
Yeah.
The state loan repayment program. I apologize.
State loan.
Yes.
Now, what is
And-
this about a lawsuit in Merrimack County Court?
No, this is what happened when JUA fell apart.
Yes, that happened some time ago, and
long
and
time
that
ago.
formed the original JU account, which is established in the under RSA 404C15. That's established within statute.
And so those funds were dedicated for the sole purpose for state loan repayment.
But as I understand it from what it says here, there are still a couple of ex-doctors that they're trying to find or find their children to repay all these years later.
I know that's true.
Hmm.
Because we bought our house in 1988 from a pediatrician who moved out of state.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 or 4 years ago, we got a check addressed to that guy.
Mm.
And we found one of his kids. The guy was still alive.
Mm-hmm.
But we had in the past gotten other checks for him, sent them back to the JUA saying, this physician doesn't live here anymore.
Mm.
But they just kept sending the checks out. And the last one was big. Well, I don't know what his was, but the one my husband got was big. So we thought,
Mm.
we better try and find this guy.
Mm.
And we were able to, which was delightful.
Mm.
So yes, they're still trying to find
Yeah.
people.
So there's money because people paid for their malpractice
Yeah,
insurance and there weren't enough claims. So therefore there's money left over. Is that the idea?
Yes, and the lawsuit that Representative Almy was referring to was when there was an attempt to take the balance, which was like $20 million or something, and use it for the general fund.
Oh, I see. All right.
Right. So, but most of this now is because when they decide that they can't find somebody, they take that person's money and they stick it into the fund that is compensating doctors to go work in rural areas. Yeah, that's what I thought I'd read. Yeah, it's also nurses and.
Yes.
Yeah, dentists.
Yes,
and-
it is
other-
physicians, nurse practitioners, dentists, but the largest group of people receiving loan repayments or repayment on their school debt are behavioral health providers. That's the largest volume we have is in the behavioral health world. And we all know the need that we have for more behavioral health providers in the state. So it's a critical program to making sure that that those folks can go serve in rural and underserved areas.
Do you do that by county or something? Is it?
There's a formula called medical underserved area or MIPSA for mental health as well. So there's a formula around poverty rates and rurality and how far things are apart. But mostly it's our federally qualified health centers and our community mental health centers who really benefit from this.
Yeah,
Alright.
you can't give the money to Lebanon when you need it up north
How about Claremont?
Yes, for Claremont.
or down to Claremont.
Okay. Where are we now? Alcohol.
So the next dedicated account in the report, it is on page 291, Alcohol Abuse Prevention Fund. In our memo, it is referred to as the Addiction Treatment and Prevention Fund. During the budget process this cycle, within HB2 Chapter 141 Laws of 2025, there was a modification where the fund's name changed, and then some of the gambling prevention responsibilities were added to that statute. So a name change was warranted at that time, which is why those names show up differently. This particular, I think, just for general awareness, we've seen funding for this account change over the years. So up until December of 2023, each year the state was receiving approximately $10 million from the Hospital Association as a general donation. For the prior biennium, that was switched to 5% of gross liquor profits, and that was in accordance with statute. And then for the current biennium, it was changed again by HB2, whereby there was a provision added to law that in the event the state does not fund this with general funds, then it would default back to that 5% of gross liquor profits. But for this year, what we have seen is and for next year as well, we've seen an appropriation of $9.5 million of general funds each year to support this. The expenses that come out of this account, these are directed by the Governor's Commission on Addiction Treatment and Prevention. And that is a committee that includes representation from the legislative branch, the executive branch, members of the community. And what they do is they look at what are some of the strategic priorities of the state, and and there's actually a budget task force that makes recommendations to the full commission, and then they direct to the department. The department brings those contracts or those grants and other agreements forward and to Governor and Executive Council for approval, and then we manage those.
Yes, Representative Walmy?
Yes, well, they're two separate things. One of them is just the fund as it was. I find the language extremely confusing on how that money comes in from year to year. It sounds like there's this thing in there, deposit shall be processed in 2 installments if the legislature decides not to appropriate any money to the Governor's Commission. What does that mean?
Yep. So that's that change that I was referring to that just happened. So basically, the funding mechanism for this fund is now conditional. If the general court decides to include general funds to support this fund, then there will be no disbursements from Liquor Commission. If the legislature decides to not appropriate general funds, then we would defer back to 5% of gross liquor profits in that 2 installment process.
I see.
Yeah.
So it's not 2 installments, it's the 5% of funding
Over the
coming from
year.
liquor,
Yes.
which then liquor is blamed for not producing enough money.
Well, but also, if we were to not put in general funds, we could say, notwithstanding RSA 176A:1, funded with whatever. So, I mean, this is just, this contingency kind of stuff is silly, in my opinion. All right.
And the other thing that I had about that was, does the commission have any history of working with problem gaming? Or is this something they're going to have to learn and add? And I know who put it in, so.
So the commission has not historically worked with problem gaming in the past. There may be, we just had a commission meeting right down the hall about a week or so ago, and there was conversation at that commission that while the change was made and it was added as a focus, there was no representative to the commission that had named to be a specialist in gaming addiction. I would anticipate that there will likely be legislation introduced this year to add someone with that expertise to the commission itself.
Okay. There is a problem gaming commission that is starting, I mean, continuing, but starting up again this next year. That is just legislators, I think, legislators and people from program. But, I mean, and having this off in the corner seems a little very odd.
So this is a lot of money. Is there any reports or something that show that this money is being effective, that by spending it, there's less addiction than previously?
Sure, there's an annual report every year that describes exactly where every penny of the money goes, what it is used for, and then attempts to describe the effectiveness of those funds.
Okay. So I would look for the governor's commission to find that.
Yes, we can also send you a copy when we're done.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it'd be kind of nice to see that.
All right. Now, similar opioid abatement. That was a huge amount.
So the opioid abatement trust fund, page 13 of the memo, page 293 of the report. The opioid abatement fund was created a few years ago, and the purpose of this is to receive, or the revenue that goes into this is it's from all the consumer protection settlements or judgments against opioid manufacturers. The commission itself meets and decides on how those funds will be used. And there are statutory allowable uses that we have included, which these include but are not limited to, all of those below. The ending balance, what's interesting though in the top table there is the ending balance. There are other factors that don't necessarily show up there that I just want to draw to the committee's attention. For example, the commission recently approved a RFP for $10 million of grants, and you're not going to necessarily see that there because it hasn't been encumbered yet. The legislature appropriated $10 million from this to support the SGIA program, the State Grant and Aid Program relative to homeless shelters. You don't necessarily see that there. There's another $3.5 million not included here to support Granite Shield within the Department of Safety. There's also another, there was an $18 million program that was approved with the Housing Finance Authority. So while you do see that ending balance being relatively large there, there are a number of factors that you would want to consider before just coming to the conclusion that that's the money available, because that's not necessarily the true amount of money. There's a lot of different things in play and decisions that have been made that will obligate a significant portion of those funds.
So shouldn't you put those in the commitments column?
They haven't been formally entered into an agreement. So the RFP, for example, it's $10 million there. The budgeted amounts are not represented there. I mean, we can consult with Dana to see if in the future we should consider something like that. I think the timing of things certainly made it more of a challenge there, but we can provide follow-up detail if the committee so wishes to give you, for example, our monthly dashboard that we use to manage that fund.
Do you expect this revenue to continue, or is this petering out?
So we've received many of the major settlements. We do expect from the Purdue bankruptcy approximately $30 million over the next 10 years, so I've been told. I know Senator Rosenwald, though, is very familiar with
She
this.
knows all about this.
Okay. Go ahead.
Over the 20-year lifespan of these settlements, we expect to receive something like $350 million, including Purdue. Some of them are lump sum and some of them are stretched out. But we did commit a couple of years ago $24 million to housing for people with substance, but specifically an opioid abuse nexus. And part of that was for the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, and part of it went to this fantastic program that the judicial branch runs. So there are a lot of commitments, but not encumbrances, I guess, that you don't see. Plus, when the money comes in, 15% of it immediately goes out to 23 cities and towns and counties who joined the state's lawsuit.
Yes, so that amount alone is $16.7 million that have been distributed to the counties and others.
And many of them have not spent any of it yet.
So are you saying, you said 350 million, so far on this page, I see under 100, right? So there's plenty more to come, is that the point?
There's plenty more to come because maybe many of the settlement agreements were for like 18 or 20 years.
Gotcha.
The state in total has received about $110 million so far. One important consideration is the settlement agreements have specific terms relative to how the funds can be used, which is the ultimate responsibility of the commission to ensure that that's done in accordance with that.
So not every one goes to this particular dedicated fund? Not every settlement?
Every settlement that we receive will go to this fund. It's just every settlement will have unique terms that we need to ensure compliance with.
Right, but you said 110 million, but if you add this 14 and 32 and 32 and 4, it's not that. Right?
So within statute, the distribution methodology is specified, and those counties that are receiving those other
I see.
funds, that's where that 16.7 million to account for that difference there.
Okay. Still not quite, but okay. Yes, Representative Janigi.
I know in the last biennium, we looked at the names of some of these, and when they had the word trust, we questioned whether it's actually a trust fund. Does that apply here? Is this really a trust
yeah.
fund?
It's a trust fund.
I believe as it was set up in statute, it was referred to as a trust fund. I think we would have to.
Yeah, I think it's similar to like Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund, where it's established by legislature and there's a commission overseeing it. This is a little unique because this has those specific settlement revenue coming in. The treasurer did try to sort of make some distinctions last year in sort of a conventional trust, which is a trust document where somebody through their will passes money on to the state, and there's specific things that trust is supposed to do. So they're a little different terminology wise, but I guess I would say this is I couldn't speak to whether it's a legal trust in that sense, but it is definitely a legislatively managed trust.
But I add to
Maybe
that,
Senator Rosenwald can explain it better.
every year, Jim Buffetti at the DOJ has to certify to every one of the payers that we have spent the money in accordance with the terms of the settlements. So we would not be able to, we couldn't do what the House Finance budget did with Granite Shield or Northern Shield, which said that it was to assist law enforcement. The Senate language was more specific, that it had to be when there was an opioid arrest or use or something. And it can only be used for opioids, can't be used for alcohol or other things. And Jim Buffetti has to certify that every year.
Okay. Other questions? All right, monuments.
On page
This is another one of those, is this one that's not being used? Yes.
So this dedicated fund was established a number of years ago. I believe it was a piece of legislation introduced by a current senator There was an original donation at that time. We have not received any additional fund. The purpose is to support the construction and maintenance of a recovery monument, but we have not had any additional activity in the past several years.
Wonder what a recovery monument would look like.
There was only one donation, right, in 21?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you're not getting any interest.
Is there a way to roll this $1,000 into something that's vaguely similar and get rid of it?
Isla Bill.
All right, so this does seem like something that's unlikely to attract more money. So therefore,
We originally had a goal when we started getting all this right of if it's been around for 5 years and nobody has donated to it. This is very close to that.
mhm.
Because legislators all the time are putting in things and saying, oh, it's going to get donations.
Okay.
We've got, that was repealed. Oh, good.
Okay.
So why don't we put it in the report to take it out and have the funds go to the general fund?
Can we take them to the general fund?
We'll give them back to the,
Yeah, the alcohol addiction thing.
Right,
Yeah, yeah,
that'd be good.
that's fun. Okay. In-home support.
Okay. Page 15 of the memo, page 295 of the report, the in-home support waiver fund. This fund supports the activities of the Bureau of Developmental Services and the Medicaid 1915C Home and Community-Based Services in-home supports waiver. There's two other accounts that support the DD services on page 317 and 318, the acquired brain disorder and the developmental disabilities accounts. When we're talking about the DD funding and the wait list, it's typically these three accounts that we're referring to. This account and the other two that we will see shortly, these were originally established as dedicated funds in July 1 of 2019. These funds, the revenue that you see here that support this are a combination of 50% federal funds and 50% general funds, which makes this fund a little bit unique. I was not in my role at the time. I wasn't part of the original conversations relative to the formulation, but I think some of the original impetus behind this was some of the challenges to ensure that the funds appropriated by the legislature were used to support the DD services and ultimately to avoid a wait list. So the expenses that come out of this are for services that are provided under the Medicaid waiver, and that is the same for the developmental disabilities and acquired brain disorders accounts that we will get to shortly.
Question? No? Okay.
Page 16 of the memo, page 296 of the report. These are there's 10 off-book trust funds. These are truly trust funds, some of which date back to the 19th century, that have grown over the years. These are supported both through a variety of gifts as well as interest earned. These are used to support the patient needs and other specific purposes as designated by the original trust documents.
Who does the investing here? Is it the treasurer?
Yes.
Because it says they're buying stocks, bonds, mutual funds, etc.
Yep.
Interesting.
The treasurer has advisors for this kind of thing.
I see. Okay. So, I guess, except for, do you know why there was such a big expense in 2022? Was there a equipment purchase or something like that?
I don't know, but I can certainly get that answer for you. I don't know if there was a specific purpose or a specific need that needed to be met during the that would have been on the later end of the pandemic period.
Yeah.
So there may have been specific unique needs that the hospital had at that time.
Yeah, but it's 1 year, so it feels like, they bought a new furnace or something.
Well, it would have been in, I mean, this could have happened in July or August of 2021, which was certainly a challenging time in the healthcare industry and in hospitals.
Okay. Because they're not spending their revenue particularly.
When I know that members that make these decisions, they look at both the beginning balance, they look at what the needs are, and then they sort of balance the longevity of the trust fund so as not to overspend it so that we lose interest in the long run. There's clearly a balance, and I think patient needs and considerations play a very important role in that, as well as the long-term health of the trust funds.
Anything else? No? Okay.
Next up is the Domestic Violence Prevention Program, page 297 of the report, 17 of the memo. This fund supports the domestic violence programming in New Hampshire, and there are 3 separate revenue sources here. There's the marriage license fee, and so $43 of every $50 collected by a town clerk is sent to DHHS to support this fund. There's the domestic violence Joshua's Law. 50% of the conviction is forwarded to HHS from the courts, also deposited into this fund. And then the newest is the special marriage officiant license fee, and that's $85, and $80 is sent to DHHS. And so you will see the beginning balance starting to increase following the introduction of that new license fee. What we will be doing going forward, because basically all of the revenue that's received here, we enter into a contract with the New Hampshire Coalition for the Prevention of Domestic and Sexual Violence. What we'll do going forward is make adjustments to the contract that we have with them to ensure that the balance is brought down some now that we have some historical trends on what to expect out of that new license fee.
So this is money that goes to like women's shelters and things like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
It goes to one contracted program, which is dealing with all the shelters in the state.
It doesn't seem like a lot of money.
We do have other contracts with them that are funded through other sources of funds, but this is the state statutory program that exists.
I see. All right.
And they fought hard to get that much.
All right.
Page 298 of the report, 18 of the memo, the drug forfeiture fund. The revenue that supports this fund, this comes from drug forfeiture, which is handled by the Department of Safety. There is a allocation methodology that's fairly complicated that's laid out in the statute. But at the end of the day, the department receives a small portion of those revenues, and that supports the, there's an MOU with the Liquor Commission that the Division for Behavioral Health maintains and monitors. It does have mixed funding within it. The money that we get through the drug forfeiture fund is used to support that. And that's part of a federal requirement for the prevention of underage purchase of alcohol and tobacco products within the state, often referred to as the SINAR program. And it's part of the department's larger strategy on alcohol and tobacco abuse.
So you're saying you're paying this money to the Liquor Commission?
Yes, the expenses that you see there are payments to the Liquor Commission to support that program. There are none in 2025 because we did not receive the invoices in time, so that those invoices probably have been received by now.
So could this fund just be run by the Liquor Commission and forget your department? I mean, it seems somewhat unrelated.
I suspect the history behind that, and I think we can bring that back and confirm for you, is that because the Division for Behavioral Health manages the federal requirements, that we oversee all of that, so we can see in total what money are we using from the substance abuse block grant towards that, because I believe this is part of the MOE for that purpose to ensure that the maintenance of effort. I apologize.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Questions? Representative Malmy.
Yeah, if this is its main use, why doesn't the balance go over to liquor? All of it, rather than just a little piece of it, which when they happen to remember to ask for it.
We pay the amounts that we are invoiced for. So anytime we enter into a contract, it's a not to exceed price limitation. Very rarely do we actually see our price limitations hit, so to speak. Oftentimes, our vendors or other state agencies may not have the staff or may not have the expenses incurred. And so if they're not incurred, then we don't pay them.
Seems safety is giving you money to hold for the Liquor Commission, which has been doing this work since Cytec's last term.
But again, I think so for our substance abuse block grant program, the state has to spend a certain amount of money in order to hit our maintenance of effort. If we don't, then we may see reductions in that federal piece. So I suspect the reason and the history behind it is that because HHS manages that grant, we need to closely manage and monitor any funds that we use to hit that MOE to ensure that we receive full federal funding. And again, it's also part of the larger Division for Behavioral Health strategy on alcohol and tobacco prevention and use.
So they wouldn't like it that liquor was doing the enforcement, I guess.
Yes.
Sigh.
All right, here's another low-level radioactive waste. Page 299.
Yes, so this is inactive. This is on the inactive list, Anna, correct? And we have not seen any activity here for some time.
So should we look up RSA 125F11 and think about getting rid of it?
Is this there in case there was a radioactive emergency and you needed to take care of a whole lot of people?
I honestly do not know the history. Tricia may. See if we can get you an answer here.
To read.
Inactive. Yes.
Yeah, I would suggest we go back and look at this a little bit more in detail to see if there's any need for it.
Okay.
It does not appear there is, but we'd want to confer and look at the statute.
Okay. All right, let us know. All right. Children's benefit.
Sure. So the Children's Benefit Fund, this is a fund that was created some time ago as part of SYSC. We believe that this fund used to have a lot more activity in it, so it was originally created back in 1929. So just for general awareness and context, back when there were over 100 individuals at SYSC, you would have seen a lot more activity here. General funds support this, and it's essentially used to support various allowances for residents at the YDC facility. These funds are currently included as well in the budget. So I think we talked about this particular fund internally. We don't necessarily see a significant amount of value keeping it as a dedicated fund itself. It seems that the reporting costs likely exceed any potential value given the small amount of activity that we are seeing here, and then the fact that it's actually part of the larger SYSC budget that shows up through the budget process that everybody or a number of members here review as part of the ongoing operating budget process.
All right, let's put this on our list to eliminate.
So the next account here.
Resident personal fund,
Oh, there it is.
more Sununu Center
Yep.
stuff.
So page 19 of the memo, page 301 of the report. This is an off-book resident personal fund. The money that's included here, this may be dollars that come in with the child when they come into the custody, maybe money that is provided to them by a family member. It may be money that they earn, and that's related to the fund we were just looking at. And these are dollars that the residents can spend at the commissary, at current Sununu Youth Services Center, and at the future YDC. So we recommend that this fund be kept distinct and separate so that we can account for that.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Yes, Representative Almy?
Yeah, I'm wondering, in 24, it was still 612,121, but now apparently it's off book. You took a bunch of stuff off book, I think, this last year.
I would have to look at the history there. This precedes my
If you
time.
look at the book from 24, it's still listed as 612,121, and there are a couple of others
Hmm.
in here in the next few.
Well, that probably makes sense, because this is not money belongs to the state, right?
No.
This is money
That's
Yeah,
belong
unless
to the residents.
Unless it has an accounting unit referenced above the table in the book, it's typically an off-book account that the treasurer, either the treasurer or the agency are keeping separate. So I don't think this one was in an accounting unit,
I don't think so.
I don't see an accounting unit in the book.
which means it's been off-book.
yeah,
It just has a
that's
different
true.
little reference to it.
clean up.
Yeah.
Okay. So on page 302 of your report, page 20 of the memo, this is the Special Projects Fund. This is another dedicated account associated with the Sununu Youth Services Center. This is primarily supported by donations, individuals within the local community. Most commonly, this is used to support for Christmas presents around the holidays for some of the residents who may not receive something otherwise. And we would just recommend continuing to keep this off book and dedicated for this purpose, as it will continue to be needed when the future YDC is constructed in Hampstead.
All right.
That one's outside of our lists, I thought.
It's on page
Oh.
302.
Oh, 302. What's after?
The next dedicated fund, this is the Laconia State School. This fund was initially funded with bequests from the estates of former Laconia School residents and families. The expenses are stipulated as a result of an order of the Circuit Probate Court in Concord. This goes back to 2018. It does specify allowable uses of the dollars. It also specified that the fund could not be used for any other purpose as long as there are any surviving former residents of Laconia State School or until the trust fund has been depleted. So we would recommend that this remain now and probably for quite some time.
How many such residents are there left, do you know?
I do not know. I can reach out to those wiser than I and see if I can get an answer for you.
And do you know why there's an other uses column in 2025?
In 2021.
In 2020.
Oh, in
Oh.
2025 also?
That was other revenue
Yeah, let me.
in 2021.
Yeah, yeah, there was other uses in, I don't know what SRCS means.
Sources.
Sources. Oh,
I'm phoning a friend from the back. It may just take a couple minutes, but I'm hoping to get you an answer here. We can come
I'm
back.
sure the chair would allow him to come forward and sit at the table with a
Yeah.
mic.
I think he's still looking for the answer.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right. We can get that later, I guess. Fine. All right, let's go to Matthew Elliott.
So the Matthew Elliott Trust Fund, historically, this had supported a scholarship for residents of Youth Development Center, SYSC. However, it has not been used. The last time we saw any expense out of this was 2001. This is a trust fund, so if any action was taken, Dana and I were talking before, we would just want to consult with the treasurer to understand what restrictions are there. But we certainly haven't seen any expenses. The revenue that's been collected here is just interest for the past 24 years or so.
I think part of the discussion that we had last time was that a lot of these trusts, if you're going to do anything with them, you had to go back to court.
Yeah,
yeah,
you have to go to probate court.
right. And it takes a long time for each one.
And a $50 scholarship barely buys a book.
And SYSC also used to have a school on site, and so it had different activity in the past, and so I think things have changed over that period of time. But again, there's restrictions that we have that we just have to work through.
Yes. Representative Walden?
I think I remember that we were in process of buying a much smaller place to put the remaining children.
Yes, we are in the process of building a new youth development center in Hampstead on the campus of Hampstead Hospital. We are on track for that to be hopefully move-in date in 26, 27 in that area. So that's where we are. We're down to, current census today is 11 youth at SYSC.
And so this would just go over there with them.
Yes, and the other thing that I would note is that we do other scholarship program for youth who may have been at YDC, or certainly youth who have been involved in our juvenile justice system through other budgetary sources. There are other funds that are supporting that. So this wasn't the only place where we provided scholarship. We've done great work with the community college system and in other ways to make sure those youth are supported so they can start fresh. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that for the record, that we're not supporting youth as they age out of the system,
Yes.
especially when they want to
Senator
attend
Gray.
college.
I think that we ought to investigate doing away with this one and using the money for other educational items that would be supported in the new center.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like getting them a computer or building a library or something like that.
Whatever,
Whatever we need.
Yeah.
because you're still offering those educational benefits
Yes.
to those students. And so you're going to have to go through court. But first of all, we need you guys to tell us what would be a good
We
way
can,
to spend the money.
we can think about that. Thank you.
And then get the courts and all.
There are certainly costs that, will come with the new facility and ensuring that we've got an up-to-date educational environment for them.
So you think the $50 to $100 thing is somehow in somebody's will? That,
For which one?
well, the limit on that a scholarship has to be between $50 and $100,
Oh, yeah.
right?
That,
So,
that may be
Yeah,
a
that was-
historical practice. Again, we'd have to go back to the original trust
yeah,
document.
because I'm wondering if we
It-
could just change
it
the
was-
law to
it was
expand
Matthew
what it
Elliott.
can be
It
used
was a
for.
will.
right? Yeah. Anyway, okay.
When they get back to us,
All right, yeah, look into that. Okay, good. Page 305. What
Uh,
we got there?
The next dedicated fund, the Dependent Children Support Enforcement Account. This is on page 22, begins on page 22 of the memo, page 305 of your report. This account, it's essentially used as a holding place for when the department receives child support payments that cannot immediately be tied to a specific case. So we would eventually, in many cases, we are able to identify that, but sometimes there's a lag in the receipt of that and no identification, and then the eventual identification of where those dollars should go. So we would recommend that this account stays as is, just to ensure that money is accounted for separately.
Okay.
The next dedicated fund, page 306 of the report, page 23 of the memo, the Estate Recovery Fund. We do have a Medicaid recoveries unit at the Department of Health and Human Services. This team essentially looks at individuals that have received Medicaid services and they follow the requirements of the Social Security Act, and they recover funds upon the passing of those individuals where applicable. This account is used in certain cases when probate court is involved and we need somewhere to hold those dollars temporarily. For general purposes, any given year, this team may generate anywhere approximately $2 million of unrestricted revenue for the state. We do have to return a portion of those dollars to the federal government, but the state is able to keep some of those recoveries as unrestricted revenue.
How is revenue ever negative? If you look at 2022, that was something strange.
I would have to go back. I suspect it was probably an adjustment. Not sure.
Remember, we had something in the budget, they wanted to accumulate money for foster children from Social Security. We're presently using the money to pay for their care. They
Oh,
want to
yeah,
accumulate
yeah,
it and
yeah,
give them a fund when they reached 18. I don't think that passed.
But that's distinct and
That's
separate from
different.
this activity. Yeah.
This,
Yes.
Yeah, if they inherited, you know.
Well, because they're either with this able or their parents died.
Yeah.
The state was taking
Taking the money and pay for their care, and they wanted to accumulate it. And then there was an argument about whether if the kid's 10 years old, you can accumulate it for 8 years, or if maybe he's accumulated when he's 15 and older.
Yeah, and those dollars are distinct and separate and primarily for a lot of the children that are in YDC custody or oversight. And then these dollars are essentially for individuals who were in the Medicaid program that passed and now we're seeking to recover as allowable by federal laws and any of those dollars that we can.
Because they owned a house or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And where's the money?
This is money we're trying to pass on to the state.
Yeah, that
Um,
goes to the general.
This account is needed. Eventually, yes, but this account is needed to put certain dollars into a dedicated fund for a period of time as determined by the court.
In the name of a person.
Oh, and then eventually it goes back to the Medicaid program.
Yes, eventually, if all turned out well, then we would see that come through in the monthly revenue focus as unrestricted revenue,
Gotcha. Okay.
a portion of it anyway.
It's $1 million or $2
Hmm.
a year.
Civil fines.
This is a bit unique in the sense that the department is able to assess the revenue here, fines and civil monetary penalties against certain health facilities within the state. These are governed by components of the Social Security Act, and we are not allowed to spend the dollars unless we receive CMS approval. We have to submit a plan for a specific expenditure, and then they have to approve it. So we have seen a beginning balance increase in the past couple of years, and so I think that there is a need to get CMS approval for some future expenditures as we now have dollars available to us. We would recommend, however, despite the balance, to keep this distinct and separate given the specific requirements of the Social Security Act.
Mhm.
But we have talked internally to the team about needing to move forward some expenses while we have these dollars available, particularly in the current budget environment.
So this would be because you inspect the facility and they're lacking in something or something like that? Is that the
Yeah,
define?
Nursing homes, you have to close.
yes, and typically it's not a first offense. It would be more for a recurrent type of situation. I could provide the committee if you wanted to see sort of a listing of what these types of civil monetary penalties look like, if it's so desired.
No, I guess the main thing here is you're not making use of the of the money that's available very well.
I would agree with that assessment. And that's why we've had those conversations internally with the team to move
Yeah.
forward some projects to CMS for approval.
And you did in 21, 22.
Yes.
And then something happened. Okay. Right. Cannabis cards.
The next dedicated fund, page 310 of the report, page 25 of the memo. This is the Registry Identification Card and Certificate Fund. This supports the therapeutic cannabis program. The revenue here is primarily derived from the state-issued cards to individuals receiving the cannabis ID registry cards. The state does have the authority to build the ATCs, the Alternative Treatment Centers. We are currently not doing that. One important thing to understand when you're looking at the table is we move to a 3-year cycle for the state issued cards to clients. So the revenue in 2023, You'll see it's 766K, and then you see a pretty big down drop. What we'll see in state fiscal year 26 is we'll probably see that 3-year cycle come back. So you'll probably see an increase there, which should start. So you'll you'll be looking at a 3-year sort of balanced cycle for the indefinite future as a program exists currently today.
Okay, but expenses over the last 3 years is greater than revenue.
Yes. And that's where if you look at 2023, so we had about $200,000 of extra revenue. We came up short these past 2 years. What we'll do next year is we will look at the revenue that's coming in, and if needed as allowable by the statute, that's where we would bill the alternative treatment centers, and that's permitted by law in order to ensure that the funding is sufficient to support
I
the
see.
program.
Okay. Oh, so it's not just the cards.
Yes, it's and that alternative treatment center fee that has not been assessed in recent years as we've been able to support the program without that.
Gotcha.
But we're anticipating with the, since the card cycle is now every 3 years, so instead people are paying $50 a year, now they're paying 50 every 3 years. So it is likely we will need to charge the ATCs something as the program has remained the same. The
Gotcha.
program costs have remained the same.
Has their income declined now that people can buy in other states?
That's a complicated question. It certainly, the alternative treatment centers would acknowledge that they have competition with the states around them, especially in Maine in particular. The medical program in Maine is very much looser than the program here in New Hampshire.
Yeah. I mean, so the market may not be as elastic, right? I mean, if you all of a sudden charging bigger fees, even more will buy elsewhere, right? So,
Yes, so it's a balancing act of making sure that the product is available here in New Hampshire. One of the things that we like to make sure that we tell the folks that are using our cards for the therapeutic program is places like Maine have no testing requirements. There's no quality control over the product, the therapeutic product that's sold in Maine, as
Yeah.
opposed to in New Hampshire, we have a very strong quality control system.
Somebody in New Hampshire register in Maine?
There is reciprocity.
okay. All right. All right, next.
So on page 311 of the report, page 26 of the memo, this is the Recreation and Youth Skill Camp Fund. This came to the Department of Health and Human Services in state fiscal year 2020. These are the revenue for this is a $200 license fee from recreation and youth skill camps. And this pays for the oversight of the camps. We will expect to see in state fiscal year 26 an increase in our expenses. Just due to some of the challenges with the hiring freeze, we were unable to hire seasonal licensed or seasonal licensing employees. So instead, we had to use overtime for existing staff, which will incur a larger cost. We did have some discussions internally about this fund. It's currently not included in the operating budget itself. It is carrying a balance. This is not necessarily an area where we would recommend that we eliminate it, but it's also an area that could potentially be managed within the operating budget. We would just budget our revenue and expenses. However, there are some advantages here by having a dedicated fund to ensure that we do always have sufficient funds available to support the program.
And the people doing this work are all temps? Is it-
Historically, they've been seasonal employees that we hire in the summer, but because of the hiring freeze challenges and getting positions posted quickly, we ended up having to use overtime for our existing staff, which comes at a higher price. So you will see expenditures increase in state fiscal year 26 is what I expect.
Oh, okay. It just hasn't shown up yet.
Yes, correct.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Questions? All right.
The next,
Well, just a comment on
Senator
that
Gray.
last one. If you do want to change it over, then you guys probably should come through with a proposal, not this year because the deadlines are too close, but next year, you know, and if you want to change it over, we can have a debate. General fund.
the next accounting unit or dedicated fund, page 312, page 26 of the memo, the uncompensated care Medicaid fund. This fund receives the Medicaid enhancement tax, which is approximately 5.4% on net patient service revenues from the hospitals. Historically, this fund was created to ensure full transparency around how the Met was being budgeted, where it was going, how it was being used. We have had some changes over the years with the agreements with the hospitals, and let me back up just a little bit. The Met revenue is used to support the larger disproportionate hospital share program, the DISH program. There have been changes to this so that you do see some of the Met revenue within accounting unit 7943, but you now also see some of the revenue within accounting unit 7948, which is the larger standard Medicaid account. The reason for that shift is because historically, when the DISH program first started, we were making a lot of the Met revenue was used to support direct DISH payments to the hospitals. However, over time, that has evolved, and now we are making directed payments, and that's where much of the money or some of the money will show up. The Met revenue will show up within 7948. The reason that we do that is because DISH payments are 50-50, and your directed payments can achieve a higher federal match that exceeds 50%. And all of that has been negotiated in part of the agreements. We do recommend continuing to keep this fund as a dedicated fund, given the importance of it and the sensitivities and the need for transparency.
There is the commission, whatever it is, that's starting next Wednesday, having the organizational meeting. And so anything that you want changed, you know, can be out of that committee. And so that just make it known. Like I said, the organizational meeting, I think, because of Rosh Hashanah being on Tuesday, that we moved it to Wednesday. And
But we're meeting with.
hey, we're gonna do it ahead of time.
Oh, 9 o'clock. Okay. I would agree with.
The reason for the 9 o'clock, because this is just the organizational meeting, it should not take a long time.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. How often is money so is this money essentially stay in the hospital, or is it, do they send us a check and we send them a check back, or wire, or however you do it?
Sure. So the Department of Revenue Administration collects the Met dollars from the hospitals, and then we receive those dollars through a transfer from Treasury. Yep.
And is that doing every week, every day,
This,
Nope. What? Go ahead.
and this issue is so complicated. All right, that's why we're having this commission, okay? And they have to provide a preliminary revenue estimate at one point, and then they have to make the payments by another point, and the federal government is now going to reduce what you can have as a percentage, and so I advise you, you know, if you want to get involved, go get appointed to the commission instead of the two reps that are already on there,
I got it.
or just come.
Yeah, who is on it?
Just a second and I'll tell you.
Maureen?
I've got them. No, it's. Hold on.
I was just thinking when you get, what is this? $200 million moving around.
Yes.
Presumably you don't want to leave it sit there for a month or something.
Kaufman and Leishman are the two. Did I say it wrong?
I don't know, I don't.
C-O,
recognize it.
Colfax.
Cofalt.
Cofalt.
Cofalt. Okay, that makes more sense.
Really?
Leishman.
Does it?
Peter Leishman.
Yeah, Leishman's on finance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Cofalt. Does
That's true.
Cofalt know anything about finances? I
And
was the-
Cofalt was
I
on.
was the clerk for
Health
the
and Human
original part
Services.
of this, and believe me, I need a lot of help from the people in the audience.
Come on up and sit at one of the chairs.
Mhm.
You got a mic.
All right, we had some answer here.
Okay. For the Laconia State School, the negative was a correction from the prior year. There was a reporting error.
Oh. Okay. All right. Obviously, we're not going to change the uncompensated care fund. Okay, next.
Next up is another biggie, the New Hampshire Granite Advantage Healthcare Trust Fund. This is on page 314 of the report. 27 begins on page 27 of the memo. This is also known as expanded Medicaid. This particular fund does not sit within the operating budget. It receives a couple of different revenue sources. There is money from the from Liquor Commission, from premium tax that we receive from the Department of Insurance, and then the high risk pool from the New Hampshire Health Plan as well. And that comprises approximately the 10% of the state's match, and then the remaining 90% is the federal match. And expanded Medicaid is an area where where we receive the highest portion to support the Medicaid program, where we have the 90-10 match.
Any change expected?
Not that I'm currently aware of.
Where are they taking out all of the money they're taking out of Medicaid then?
That's a pretty complicated conversation, but the savings that are being generated come from a variety of actions. They're reducing like the retro coverage for certain populations from 3 months to 1 month or 2 months to 1 month. There's changes in eligibility standards, which will likely lower the number of individuals that are eligible. Redeterminations for the expanded population are moving from 1 year to 6 months. So there's really a variety of different, and then there's a work requirements component as well. So there's a variety of different changes that came through upon passage of the Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
So there's going to be, expanded Medicaid will stay the way it is, except that because of all the new requirements, about a third of the people at least will disappear.
I don't know the exact specifics. I would need just to consult with Henry Lippman and his team on what they're projecting. And then the timing is also fairly complicated because of the dates of certain changes that need to be made over the next couple of years.
So this has a fairly hefty balance, but I guess compared to the flow, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like a month or something, it's a little less.
yeah, and when you look at that ending balance, I mean, yeah, it's I mean, compared to the total expenses of say fiscal year 25, it's relatively small, but you also need to remember that we try to avoid having to come up with any additional funds. There is a provision of statute that in the event that we project we will have a shortfall, we are able to go back and request additional funds. from the Liquor Commission for any shortfall there. There's also within statute a number of other revenue sources that we can use to true up any shortfall. So having a balance when managing a $500 million plus insurance program is certainly prudent from my perspective.
Liquor funds are down.
Yeah. Well, they're down because we're taking all sorts of money out of it.
Well, because the competition's going to
Yeah,
cannabis.
Is there any particular reason why it's advantageous to take this money from liquor and not from the general fund?
I think that was a policy decision made many years ago that there's a lot of people that have an opinion on.
Okay.
I think it had something to do with on our Metascam stuff and whether we could hide that we were using money twice for the same purpose.
Hmm.
But it's been a while now.
Okay.
We had that thing a while ago where if people weren't working, and they didn't have children, they weren't gonna get on Medicaid. We threatened to take off a few thousand, and then there was a lot of screaming and crying, and then they put them back on. Is that still going on? Eligibility?
Are you talking about the work requirement from several years ago that was on the books?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that that's been litigated in several ways. Certainly with the One Big Beautiful Bill, we will be doing different work requirements. And I think that we are going to try and harmonize what is still on the books for New Hampshire statute with what the federal statute is. So I imagine we will be seeing that conversation over the next legislative year.
There's no prediction whether we're gonna get more people off or not.
I think they are working, those people who do that prognosticating are doing that procrastinating. I can't say anything anymore, but I think you understand what I mean.
But I
There will
thought-
certainly be fewer people on, but it's so complex. We've got to work through it in terms of the timing.
But I thought this was specifically healthcare for people who are working, yes?
Advantages.
Granted Advantage,
Yeah.
the one we're talking about. Yeah. Because if they're not working, then they're on regular Medicaid. right?
And that's where we have the work requirement.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
20 hours a week for somebody with kids.
Is that what it is? Okay. So next,
One of the
childcare
things it is.
licensing fund.
Child Care Licensing Fund, page 316 of the report, 28 of the memo in front of you. This fund is used to support oversight of the child daycare, residential care, and child placing agencies licensing program. We receive a variety of fees to support the program. We recommend, just because it is a primarily fee-supported program, that it be accounted for distinct and separately from other sources of revenue.
No, it was discontinued, it says.
Oh.
Legislation passed during 2025
Yes.
discontinued this fund.
Yes, this one was. Oh yeah. Oh no, I missed my own notes. Yes, we lapsed $483,000
Yes.
this past year when it was closed. So this can go away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good catch. Thank
And
you.
is it
I'm getting
away
tired.
in 612 yet?
Yeah, so let's put this on our list for,
Yep. Agree.
okay.
Apologies.
All right. Developmental services.
This is, as we were discussing earlier, this is one of the three DD accounts which was transitioned July 1 of 2019 to a continually appropriated account. This is by far the largest. This supports the developmental services, Medicaid eligible services that the state provides under the 1915C waiver. This is funded through general funds and federal dollars at a rate of 50/50. This account, as well as the subsequent acquired brain disorders account, also shows up in the budget along with the account that we were looking at earlier for in-home supports. These are certainly in totality large dollars. We're for the current biennium, it's just shy of about $1 billion in total funds, 50% of that being general funds. We recommend that the existing policy of keeping these dedicated continues to ensure the dollars appropriated for the program are used for that program.
Right. So you can prove your maintenance of effort and stuff like that.
There's no specific maintenance of effort tied here. I think there's just a history of a desire to have full transparency around the dollars that are appropriated, as well as ensuring that the dollars that are appropriated go towards the services intended by the legislature.
Okay.
We continue to have an increase in this population, or it's just the cost?
I'll need to take that back to give you trend numbers to understand whether it's both a combination of an increase in service costs and or an increase in individuals participating in the program who qualify. But I will take that back.
The
And
complaint we get at the public hearing is they can't find anybody that wants to take the job.
Now, there was a huge expense increase from 24 to 25, 100 plus million. Do you know what that is?
the larger system has been going under a transformation of sorts. So the state was under a corrective action plan for, I think it was 4 or 5 years, where we were potentially violating some components of federal law that basically required that if you're a case manager, you're not allowed to provide the services. And there were the area agencies were in some cases doing both those things for the same individual. So we had to make large systematic changes. You also saw a decrease in the availability of workers around the pandemic. So we've been monitoring the expenses closely, and we are seeing that trend continue to move upwards in the current biennium, partly, I think, as a result of the changes to the system, and then partly as a result of the, seems like the labor market in this area potential. I don't know if it grew or not, but I would need to go back and talk to the team and get the full analysis from them to provide to you.
Yeah. Because if you want to go from 490 to 600 or something next time, then you're gonna be in trouble here. Yeah.
Well, I think that's where the question that came up during the budget process was around the wait list. The governor had a priority to make sure that there was not a wait list. There's also a couple of footnotes tied to accounts 7100, 7110, and 7016 that allow the department to go back to the fiscal committee to request additional general funds if we do project a wait list may be needed.
Gotcha.
The last two budgets, we increased the money in this because they said we weren't putting in enough money, and then they lapsed in both because they couldn't find the people to do the job.
And that's where I'm currently seeing a different trend in the expenses, and we expect, based on what I'm currently seeing, that balance is going to continue to go down into the next biennium, into the next operating budget. I think we carried that balance forward out of the pandemic, had a pretty big balance, and then there was this right sizing period from financial perspective, and now we're seeing those expenses go up again. So,
All right.
Is
Representative Walmy.
is other sources the feds?
those are the general fund dollars.
The other sources are the general fund dollars.
Yes. Yep.
And the revenue is the feds?
Yes.
Oh.
Right, because we're not other to ourselves. I mean, we're not revenue to ourselves, right?
Yeah.
Other people are.
That's where this account is unique. It doesn't have a unique revenue source. It has the general funds and the federal funds that we claim in budget.
All right. And the next one is similar?
Yes, nearly identical, just that this is for the acquired brain disorder services.
Yeah.
Much smaller beginning balance, revenue, and expenses, though.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Are you seeing any movement by the feds to cut these programs? as
Not that
part
I'm
of
aware
the
of.
OBA?
Not that I'm aware of right now. The cuts that we are seeing primarily are in places like public health rather than in this.
Terrific.
There will also be the impacts of Medicaid in one big beautiful bill. There'll also be some funding issues there, but in this area, I'm not sure that I've seen that.
Okay. Reunification. All right, next one.
Yep. So the next dedicated fund, this is page 319 of your book and page 31 of the memo, Emergency Services for Children, Youth, and Families Fund. This fund has been established so that the department has access to dollars that can be used to avoid having children separated from their families. Oftentimes, this is used for things that critical things, such as it may be helping with clothing because the child doesn't have a winter jacket to go to school. It may be, food or something like that to ensure that the child can eat and stay healthy. And we would recommend that this just continues to stay dedicated for this purpose.
And all the revenue is general fund.
The revenue is general funds. That is correct.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
And you, looks like you budgeted 100,000 this year. Or something.
Yes. In say fiscal year 26 and 27, there's 100,000 budgeted in each year.
Okay.
And those dollars do show up in the operating budget. So
Yeah.
there's an opportunity for the legislature to review that.
Yeah. Representative Wellamy.
Yeah, how is it decided where to put the money?
Sure. So
Because-
if one of our child protective workers are working with a family and a family is at risk of a neglect finding because of something amenable like their lights being turned off or food, this is able to have a short-term solution to make sure that that family is otherwise safe, that child can stay with that family. And there's a process of approval for these funds as well internally.
Do you ever get reimbursed in this area? Like if maybe it's something that town welfare should have paid for or something like that?
I don't know that's not been my experience. I can't say that it's never happened, but I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Next one, prescription drug.
So the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, I apologize, this was my oversight. This was part of the subsequent memo that I had sent. The Prescription Drug Affordability Board was established, I believe, about 5 years ago. Originally, it was established to under the regulatory structure whereby it would assess fees and it would be self-funding. The PDAB, Prescription Drug Affordability Board, never assessed those fees. Those were never accepted into the budget. In the first year, it was funded with general funds, and then for this past biennium, it was also funded with general funds. And in the HB2 of this past legislative session, the PDAB was abolished, and the RSA 612 as well as the RSA 126BB was struck from law, so it has since been eliminated.
Okay.
And it says under Department of Finance rather than HHS. The last two do that too.
I believe that you guys took it out of the budget and I didn't put it back in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, or we talked about it during the committee of conference, I think, but decided to leave it out. Okay. So this one, we got to make sure that 384.
He said it's been taken out of 612.
Oh, it has?
Yes,
Yeah,
in
okay.
HB2, they struck both sections.
Okay. So then we're all set.
Yes.
Okay.
The last one.
No, there's a couple more.
Yes.
The on page 321, the administration of opioid treatment. This is a relatively new dedicated fund. This sorry. This fund supports the costs, or is intended to support the costs of the opioid treatment programs. We receive revenue from the methadone and maintenance programs that operate here within the state. There have been no expenses out of this yet. We will be, in order to build a balance. These funds will be allocated costs. They'll be allocated to the programs within the Division for Behavioral Health that support the oversight of these treatment programs in years going forward. But that is why you do see that balance increase from year to year in the first 2 years.
So methadone's not new. Why is this? Were there never fees before or something? Is that...
I don't know the answer to that. We can go back and look at the law from 2023. I suspect there were no fees assessed prior to that point in time, and the intention of that bill was to assess those fees. But I'd like to go back and confirm that and send that in an update to the committee with all the other remaining questions, if that's
I
okay.
see. So it's just basically a licensing kind of thing?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
The
So now that may be it. Nope,
The
there's
rest of the,
Hampstead Hospital.
yeah.
Yes. So in the memo, the addendum, and I appreciate having conversations with the Department of Administrative Services. Again, this was my first go around through this process, and they recommend that we provide an addendum to the committee just to make sure that these were on the radar. The Hampstead Hospital Residential Treatment Capital Investment Fund, this was signed into law on August 1st of this year. So this was very recently created. The reason that this capital investment fund was created is because the state entered into an agreement with Dartmouth back in December, whereby we are now leasing the Hampstead Hospital, which was purchased by the state on June 8th of 2022. Under that agreement, the state will receive approximately $1.2 million of lease revenue each year. However, there is a unique provision that benefits both the state as well as Dartmouth in that lease agreement, whereby after certain requirements have been met, if Dartmouth invests $1 in capital investment, then the state is required to invest $1 in capital investment up to a maximum amount of $3 million. And so the intention of this fund is to ensure that we have money available for that investment. We don't know when that cost will necessarily come, but we know it will come at some point. The original lease agreement is a term of 7 years. There is a required component in the Senate Bill 118 that passed this legislative session that requires the department to send notice to the fiscal committee when that balance, when that revenue exceeds $3 million, just so that we have full transparency around whether we have money to meet the obligation and the funds that we do have available to the state. The fund can also be used for the maintenance and upkeep of the Hampstead property. And I think we'll want to collectively keep an eye on how we think about that, particularly as the new YDC is constructed at that site. It is a fairly large campus, and the purposes of this fund are multifold.
So did we budget the 3 million of matching funds or not?
That is not included in the budget. The agreement was entered into in late December. The deal was finalized, I believe, in mid to late February It didn't, and I think some of us were holding our breath, making sure that the deal went through and it didn't fall through, which can happen. So it was fairly late into the budget process at that stage, and there was the concurrent legislation that was moving forward. This component was discussed, I believe, during the Senate phase of the budget, but it was ultimately not included in HB2 because it was handled through SB 118.
So the fiscal committee would have to come up with it when these expenses occur? So this is money to fix up Hampstead Hospital, yeah? So,
Yes.
so you're gonna hire some contractors and have bills, and there's no money, and the state's supposed to pay half,
Yes.
right?
And
So you're gonna have to go to the fiscal committee and say, hey, here's our bill, right? We've got to pay half or something,
My
right?
experience has
Yes.
been that Dartmouth always overcharges.
Well, they may not be in charge, right? They're.
Well, they all,
They are-
every
are
time there's a
gonna be in
contract
charge
with
of
Dartmouth,
it,
we
I
get
think.
screwed.
I see. Anyways,
And the final account or dedicated fund is also relatively new. This was created effective in state fiscal year 25. There's been no history yet. There will be history in state fiscal year 26. This is the disproportionate share hospital fund. So as part of the DISH program, after we make distributions to the hospitals, we then have an audit performed later on. We make estimated payments initially. Based on those audits, we then have a redistribution process whereby we collect some money back from hospitals that may have been overpaid and then other hospitals that were underpaid. And those funds essentially will flow through this hospital fund. There'll be a net zero impact to the state. But this account was established for this purpose. Due to litigation, we had never had an account like this. We did go through fiscal the past 2 years to accept those dollars. And this account will allow us just to do that work on a day-to-day basis going forward in future years.
does the cost of the audit also come from this account?
No. This account will only have the revenue received from the hospitals that come in and then distributed to the others that will not show up here.
So you normally have these audits anyways.
These
All
audits
the
come
time.
out of, I believe they're budgeted in the Medicaid administrative account. It's escaping
Sure.
me right now.
Yeah, okay. All right. Questions? No? Okay.
Are we scheduled to meet again?
Yes, I believe next Wednesday at 10. Yeah. So we have DAS and who else? And the general court. There you go.
Yep, make sure it is, same place, 10 o'clock, 24th, yeah.
Yep.
I don't know, we'll get
Yeah,
together,
we have,
all the
you
secrets
take all
of
your
the Senate.
handouts with you. Anything else? No? All right.
You say we
The
get more
what?
handouts?
Oh,
Oh, okay.
All right. So we will meet again
that
on
is right across from.
on
the lodge.
Wednesday, the 24th at 10 a.m. Okay. Thank you all.
Yeah.
I figure it's probably easier to